See what's going on. How are you? I figured I'd come on and see what's going on with these storms in western Nebraska, trying to push eastward toward us. So it definitely looks like a line of storms from roughly about O'Neill all the way down to McCook. Looks like nothing severe. Definitely a pretty good light show out there. Looks like we do have one severe thunderstorm warning just to the northeast of O'Neill. Little under quarter size hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. How fast are these moving? That's actually a good question. I don't think they're moving really that fast right now. Let me see how fast this one's moving up here. Not that it's saying it's the whole line. So this is moving east at 30, but that's not saying what these down here in central Nebraska are moving. Probably upwards of maybe 30 to 40 mile an hour, if I was to guess. Like I said, severe thunderstorm warning just to the northeast of O'Neill. Looks like Center is the only town in this warning. Yeah, it is several hours away. Um, we're probably looking, there's supposed to be development just off to the north of Omaha, roughly about 9 o'clock, probably north of Fremont, be a line developing. Omaha should probably get some pretty gusty winds, heavy rain, probably in between maybe 10 and midnight. Let's take a quick peek at the models. Let's see if the future model has come out already or the latest models. So this has storms already developed by 8 o'clock, kind of just to the north of Grand Island. So that's 8. This is 9 o'clock. You guys can see on the future cast, there's 9 o'clock. So we're probably logging on at a good time because roughly 9 o'clock there could be a line anywhere from Des Moines, just north of Omaha, back toward Grand Island, Kearney, and south of North Platte. So that's 9 p.m. Here's 10 moving into Washington County. 11, 12, 1. So probably roughly about 1 o'clock. Between midnight and 1, probably going to see some pretty gusty winds, extremely heavy rain. We are in a flash flood watch until tomorrow morning, till I believe it's 10 a.m. We could have upwards of 2, 3, 4 inches locally of rain here in the Omaha metro. So it just depends on where these storms actually line up, is where we're going to see the heaviest rains. Then by 6 a.m., should be moving out, maybe a couple of sprinkles around. And then 7, 8, 9, and then that's basically noon tomorrow. So with this pushing through a dramatic cool down, dew points will go down, humidity will go down. So we just got to get past tonight, and we'll get rid of these scorching temperatures. All right, so so no severe thunderstorm warnings except for the one in Nebraska. Have a few severe thunderstorm warnings up in South Dakota. So one just to the north of Sioux Falls, roughly penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll just kind of go down the list here. Still penny-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds just west of Sioux Falls. Looks like this is pretty much across the board with a line from Del Rapids, Salem, Perkins, all the way down to just to the east of O'Neill. And these are all moving. So these are moving southeast at 40. So everybody, thanks for tuning in. If you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We'll be here for most of the evening. Just keeping an eye on these storms up in from South Dakota down through central Nebraska, moving eastward toward Grand Island, Lincoln, and then Omaha. Oh my gosh, 3 to 4 inches. It is a lot of rain. We'll just have to see where these certain cells. I wouldn't even be surprised if there were a couple of 5 inch readings out there. So we'll have to wait and see. So right now we'll take a kind of a quick peek at everything. Where are we? All right, so right now in Omaha, we're sitting at 90. Dew point is 80. Still feeling like almost 110 outside in Omaha. We do have south winds, roughly about 5 mile an hour out of the south, and we have not seen any precip yet. Humidity is still outrageous at 72%. So these are the local Omaha readings right now. So we'll just have to wait and see. So definitely a little bit of cloud cover moving in. You can see the cloud tops pushing in from the west. We'll have to see what those will bring. All right, still a few so a pretty good line of probably just strong thunderstorms from McCook going up through Lexington, Broken Bow, up through O'Neill. This is all, we'll put this in motion. This is all basically moving to the east. Tons of lightning out there. All right, where's everybody tuning in from tonight? Would like to know if you are in Nebraska, Western Nebraska. Tell me what town you're in. We'll kind of focus in on that, and we'll see what's going on and roughly how long before these storms get to you. All right, looks like we just had updated weather. So 70-mile-an-hour winds just to the west of Sioux Falls. So 75-mile-an-hour but Cook County from Emergency Management System. 70-mile-an-hour winds. Up toward Mitchell, 73-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, those are some pretty good wind gusts up there. And we could definitely be seeing we could definitely be seeing those strong winds too move into here. I think this line will form from roughly Sioux Falls all the way down to the Kansas line. So we do have a couple of Norfolk cameras out there in Stanton County. So basically just cloudy. Their temperature is still roughly about 82 degrees. So when those storms move in up in Stanton County, we'll have to see what's going on. Once again, we are underneath a flash flood watch for most of eastern Nebraska and um, western Iowa until tomorrow 10 a.m. All right, once again, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I appreciate it. Just helps the stream out, get out to more people, and helps us out here. You know, totally have a new setup here. I'll kind of switch really quick. Everybody can kind of see the new studio setup here. All right, everybody can kind of see the updated studio here. So yeah, appreciate all the support and we're just totally upgrading all of our systems across the board. So appreciate it and thank you. All right, once again, we are looking at strong, not really severe. We do have one severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of O'Neill, roughly penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Correction, nickel-sized hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. These are all radar indicated right now. We'll put a all right, so right now you can kind of see the hail cores in here. So we'll kind of put these in also into motion. Well, these are kind of coming in a line just to the west of Broken Bow, North Platte, just to the south. Lexington, you guys will be in the path, Broken Bow, and Ord. A ton of lightning out there. So once again, we will be seeing extremely gusty winds as this pushes eastward. Gusty winds, probably moving by through Columbus, York, Fremont, Omaha, Lincoln later on this evening, maybe around 11, 12 o'clock hour. We'll just have to wait and see how fast these move through. All right, so it's probably just to the north of Ogallala, seeing a storm. Everything's pretty much, other than that one storm west of North Platte, everything is to the east. Colby, Kansas, up to McCook, Lexington, Broken Bow, Ord, and O'Neill. All right, have a new severe thunderstorm warning up toward Yankton and Vermilion. This is for penny-sized hail up to 70-mile-an-hour winds with considerable damage if you are underneath this storm that's going to be coming in. So we are pretty close to the radar site, so we may not be picking up actually. All right, so we have roughly 75-mile-an-hour winds just to the north of Sioux Falls. So that would be in Dell Rapids, Baltic, and Crooks. If you guys are in this warning, just be prepared of gusty winds. And this is actually moving to the east southeast. All right, we'll go back down to into Nebraska. This line is definitely taking shape. It's definitely nothing is severe really right now. Now this storm just to the north of Ogallala could go severe. Nancy, so appreciate the Venmo. So appreciate you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Nancy, that's well appreciated. Thank you. That will actually go a long way. Trust me. So once again, we'll look at kind of the echo tops, which are the cloud tops back over here. Actually, even just to the south of North Platte. Maybe this is the latest updated radar. So yeah, we're pushing 60,000 feet cloud tops over here. So definitely some hail going on just to the south of North Platte. Thank you. You're a sweetheart. All right, looks like we do have another severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like just to the south, still actually in Nebraska, but just south of Yankton. So this will also be for penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Hardington, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. It'll be roughly penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll go ahead and put this into motion so everybody can actually see this. So this is basically moving due east. We'll see how fast they say this is moving. Probably still 30. Yep. So due east basically at 30 mile an hour. All right, a couple of storm reports coming out of South Dakota. Looks like roughly 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts 4 miles north-northeast of Freeman, South Dakota. This is per the public. We'll go a little bit to the northwest of that. 75-mile-an-hour Bridgewater, South Dakota. Emergency management, 75 mile an hour. So that's why they're saying that they're this whole severe thunderstorm warning. So this whole line right here, pushing basically east southeast, roughly about 30 mile an hour, is having wind gusts, approaching in between 70 and 80 mile an hour. So if you are definitely in Yankton, Vermilion, Sioux Falls, just, you know, be prepared for gusty winds, trees, power lines coming down, possible even power outages up towards Sioux Falls. All right, let's kick back down into Nebraska really quick. All right, so still a pretty good line from McCook, Cambridge, up toward Lexington. Broken Bow, just off to your west, extremely heavy rains. Just to the north of Ord, Nebraska. Let's see who else is in here. Taylor, Burwell. You guys will all be seeing some heavy rains. Here comes the latest radar sweep. Chambers, you're in this. O'Neill, just to the north of Neely. Creighton Center, Bloomfield, and Crofton. You guys will also be in this. So it looks like a lot of these storms are moving east at roughly in between probably 35 and 40 mile an hour. So once again, if you guys are actually just kind of joining us, I'll go ahead and do another um, future cast with the models that just, I think, came out just a little while ago. Oh, actually, they are they're actually updating them as we speak. So let's give it a couple minutes and we will shoot back toward the models here in just a minute. So in satellite view, you can kind of see the clouds is kind of blowing up in central Nebraska. We'll go back a little bit, but you can also see the sun setting. So yeah, definitely some pretty good cloud tops out there. All right, first storm report just west of Kearney in Lexington, Nebraska. Looks like AWOS source Lexington Airport reported a 54 mile an hour wind gust. All right, so far, no, not that we can tell any power outages so far that we can tell. Nothing's been reported. Still have some power outages from actually last night up towards Sioux Falls. So this is just to the west of, correction, to the east of Sioux Falls in Iowa. In Lyon County in Iowa, still 644 customers without power. Roughly a little over 2,700 people are tracked in this county. So they will be having some more wind gusts coming through here in just a little bit. So that is not going to help them out any. All right, we'll look at Skycam really quick. Nothing really impressive right this second, but that's not saying that here in a few hours we won't start seeing lightning show up. Basically, probably in about this direction too. We'll have to wait and see. We'll just kind of keep it this way. All right, let me see. Still the severe thunderstorm warnings just to the north of Norfolk. We're looking just to the south of Yankton and South Dakota, but we are in Nebraska. Nickel-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, and I believe this is just for Hardington, Bloomfield, and Crofton, and Center, up in northeastern Nebraska, extreme northeastern Nebraska. Randolph, looks like you guys are going to have a little shower rolling in. See if we can pick up anything on the Norfolk site. Doesn't look like anything quite yet. All right, still the only storm report was just out of Lexington, 54-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Lexington Airport in Dawson County. I'll put these all into motion for you. So if you guys are in even Iowa, western Iowa toward Des Moines, let me switch over to your guys' radar. So Jefferson, Carroll, just south of Sac City, and Ida Grove to your east. Couple of thunderstorms out there. We do have a storm runner media out there covering those storms out there.
I'll probably just end up moving south a little bit, chat, because I don't want to be sitting here getting caught in all this.
So he's covering that out there. Even in Des Moines, looks like just to the north of Des Moines, you guys are seeing A little bit of heavy rain out there. You guys can see your outflow boundary, your gust front just went through. All right, so this is Omaha Valley radar. It's still a little, these storms are a little ways out for this radar, so we'll switch over to, I believe it's Thetford. Yeah, Thetford radar over here in north central Nebraska. All right, once again, thanks for everybody joining in. Let me know where you're from. Join the chat. Let me know what town you're in. Are you watching from Nebraska or tell me where you're watching from? All right, so it does look like we have roughly about 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of those are actually right here. We'll take a quick peek and we will see where most of these are. All right, so it's the one in Knox County, Nebraska. Chris, Grand Island. Chris, thanks for joining in. We'll take a quick peek out there really quick. Um, Storms are just north of Lexington, kind of moving east direction. So we'll put a little, how far are you away from this? So we're kind of looking at roughly about 60 miles. Oops. So let me move this order over a little bit. So we hit Grand Island, roughly, yeah, roughly about 75, 80 miles from the storm. Actually, that's the latest. Trying to wait for this thing to stop. So roughly you're about 80 or 60 miles away. So yeah, moving 40. So probably within the next probably, hour and a half, you guys will start to see some lightning out there. So I'd really be interested if once it hits Grand Island, give me a report on what's at your house. I'd appreciate it. Once again, if you guys haven't already, thanks for joining. Hit that like and subscribe button. I would appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Like I said, anybody here in the chat, let me know where you're from. We'll kind of put a distance on these storms from you, and we'll let you know. We can kind of put if we'll go ahead and stop this, and we'll put an accurate, Grand Island. We'll say that these are moving roughly 40 mile an hour. Well, let's see, Grand Island, it roughly says if this is actually moving about, 40 mile an hour, roughly, 84 minutes, it'll be out toward you guys. Yeah, cool. Appreciate that. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning just came out for just north of Norfolk. Uh, Pierce and Neely, you guys are in this severe thunderstorm warning. This is roughly nickel to penny size hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll go ahead. All right, on top of that, new severe thunderstorm warning down for Broken Bow. Same thing, roughly nickel to penny size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Actually, Chris, we can kind of put a more accurate track on this. We'll see how fast these are moving. All right, so a little bit faster than what I thought. So these are actually moving roughly about 50 mile an hour. So yeah, so these are moving east at 50. So these are kind of moving along. So that'll put it toward you guys a little bit quicker. So if we put a track at 50 mile an hour, so basically Grand Island, Chris, you got it'll be basically on your doorstep in the next hour. I said roughly an hour, hour and a half, but roughly about an hour it'll be in Grand Island. So um yeah, you guys hunker down, we could have 60, 65, even up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gust in here. So once again, Broken Bow, Ainsley, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 42 minutes. These are moving east at 50 mile an hour. All right, we'll take a jog back up to the north, up by Norfolk. Once again, Neely, Pierce, you guys are having the same thing, up to penny size, hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's see how fast these are moving up here. See, now these are moving east at 15. So, yeah, these are moving definitely a lot slower. The north storms. So this is 4 miles east of Creighton, Nebraska, to 4 miles north of Neely, moving east at 15. Hazard 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. All right, so even though these are moving east at 15, these approaching the wind gust are 60-mile-an-hour gust up ahead of the storm. Sweet. It's a good thing I just got done walking my dog. Yeah, no kidding, right? All right, we'll go north of that severe thunderstorm warning. Um, Still just showing roughly penny size hail, nickel to penny size for Center, Bloomfield, Crofton, and Hardington. This storm probably moving about the same thing. All right, well, this is moving east at 30. You just don't know how fast these storms are actually moving. Some are going 30, some are going 50, some are going 15. But definitely the stronger of the line is definitely up north toward Pierce and Norfolk. We'll put this in motion really quick so you guys can kind of see. Man, it's just, yeah, it's not moving that fast. So this is dumping like heavy amounts of rain up in this area. This stuff is just like sitting out here. That is like not even moving. So if you're north of Ord, north of Broken Bow, in Broken Bow, You guys are just seeing massive amounts of rain. I'll let it rain a little while longer, then we'll look at amounts over the past, say, 45 minutes or so. We'll give it a little bit more time to rain. Have just a little bit of broad rotation just to the east of Broken Bow and just to the north of Ainsley. A little bit of broad rotation, but there's a little bit of rotation there. Kind of see that little notch right in there. Got your inflow coming in. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. All right. Once again, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. We are covering basically Nebraska, South Dakota, and Iowa. That's basically all that's really in the warnings. Couple of storm reports. We'll go back up here into South Dakota, just to the south of Tyndall. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, about roughly about a mile southwest of their public report. So all these are just to the west of Sioux Falls. So 75-mile-an-hour wind gust, Bridgewater, 67. 75, 4 miles northeast of Freeman, South Dakota. So kind of curious if there is some power outages up there, if they're reporting it. So far, no power outages in those locations. Um, we'll keep an eye on that and we'll see if any storm reports for power outages come in. But they're still having considerable damage to winds, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, penny-size hail. It'd be just to the south of Sioux Falls. All right, let's head back toward Nebraska, where we still have a pretty good line. You know, all the way from Sioux Falls down through Vermilion, just to the east of O'Neill, west of Norfolk, down toward Ord, Nebraska, Broken Bow, Lexington, moving into Holdridge, Cambridge, and just to the east of McCook. McCook, you guys got some pretty good rain earlier. And even then, this line still extends down. We'll go to Goodland radar. Norton and Colby. So 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 1 mile north-northwest, Oberlin, Kansas. This is by one of their weather stations down there. All right, we'll take a quick peek over here in Colorado. Back in my military days, I was stationed over here, so we'll take a quick peek on what's going on. So it looks like just to the southeast of Hugo, some pretty good rain. Kit Carson, you guys always get like really bad weather out there. Lyman, Colorado, and just to the north of Lamar, just some heavy rains. You guys did have some severe thunderstorm warnings. Been just to the east of Colorado Springs earlier, but that seemed all moved out. Take a quick peek up into Wyoming really quick. So quarter size hail is probably the biggest threat up here. Yeah, I'd say that's quarter size hail. So basically just to the west of Midwest in Wyoming, and another cell, quarter size hail to 60-mile-an-hour winds just to the west of Wright, Wyoming. All right, back to Nebraska. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ord and Kearney. This will be for up to penny-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So definitely along this line, moving east. So Chris, if you're still watching, you guys could be next in the path of the next severe thunderstorm warning. You know, they could extend this from Hastings up toward Grand Island, St. Paul, and just to the north. We'll have to see what this line really starts to do. We'll see how fast this is still moving. Before it was like 50 mile an hour. So it's moving east at 20. So it has slowed down from 50 down to 20. So we'll definitely have to wait and see. So once again, a new severe thunderstorm warning for the next 46 minutes for Ord and Kearney in Nebraska. This line is moving east at roughly between 30 and 40 mile an hour. So we did just get another wind report. So 4 miles north-northwest of Sumner, Nebraska, 54 mile an hour. That's Dawson County. So once again, that was in this location right here. So 54 mile an hour wind gust. All right, let's take a quick peek outside really quick. Boy, the trees are just like really still. Let's look. here. So right now in Omaha, we are sitting at 88 degrees. Man, look at that. Still feel like temperature of close to 107 degrees. Our dew points are horrible at 80 degrees. Um, humidity humidity still at 77%. So yeah, this is some juicy atmosphere. So yeah, close to 89 degrees, 80 degree dew point feels like almost 107. So yeah, crazy weather, not just us, but like a quarter of the country is so hot right now. All right, once again, if you're new to the channel, be sure you subscribe, hit that like button, hit the bell icon. Every time we go live, then you guys will be notified. Just kind of starting off with this, been doing this roughly a few months now. Um, you know, Gone to basically just from a laptop and one monitor up to basically four monitors. We have, you know, Skycams now, so just upgrading everything. So hit that bell icon. We do a lot of Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota, Kansas if it's moving up into Nebraska, but probably by next severe storm season, we'll probably be covering mostly everybody. Just trying to get the feel for the stream deck and all the channels and everything. So yeah, totally enjoy doing this. All right, once again, we'll go back up to roughly just south of Sioux Falls. A couple more storm reports. Looks like, do we cover this one? No, it looks like 58-mile-an-hour wind gusts 3 miles east northeast of Creighton, Nebraska. This is in Knox County public report. I think we had a new severe thunderstorm warning and we kind of missed it. Up to penny-sized hail, still considerable damage if you were in the path of this storm, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Um, so Laverne, if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning up here, Sioux Falls, Laverne, going toward Worthington. You guys could all be in the path of this severe thunderstorm warning with up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. All right, let's go back down. All right, once again, severe thunderstorm warning, Broken Bow, Ord, and Kearney. Broken Bow, you guys just had a pretty good storm move through your area. This is still moving, I believe, roughly east at 30, if I remember right. We'll see if they've upgraded or updated so east at 20. So again, this is going from just to the east of Broken Bow, right along Highway 2, heading toward like Grand Island. Kearney just came out of Lexington. So a couple of storm reports coming out. Holdridge, you guys are probably seeing a little bit of lightning off to your west. I would not be surprised if sometime sooner or later that this whole line, there'll be a severe thunderstorm warning in this area, and probably have a pretty connective line running from north to south. We'll take a quick peek at where a couple of these are. All right, these are well, Billings, North Dakota, and Golden Valley. Let's go up there really quick. We'll see what's going on up there. All right, so it looks like which way are these moving? All right, so it looks like Medora. So this warning should be almost allowed to expire. So Belfield and South Hart, you guys are in this severe thunderstorm warning. You know, it was ping pong size hail. I don't believe it's probably ping pong size hail now. It was, but I could see the hail core is diminished. Yeah, this is not updated yet, so can't give you a definitive on that one. But yeah, I don't think it's ping pong size hail now. All right, so those are the North Dakota. Montana, you have a severe thunderstorm warning. Carter County and Montana, roughly 2-inch size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. If you are underneath this cell, could be considerable damage with 2-inch size hail. Johnson, Wyoming, we went over that one. That Wyoming. Here's our South Dakota, Iowa, Dixon, Nebraska. All those warnings up there. Cedar and Knox County. Those are the Kearney, Broken Bow. Custer County, Nebraska. All right. So these are basically all the ones that we have covered. Wets, a lot of lightning. I'll give you guys that. That's a lot of lightning out there. So we'll have to wait and see. Wait and see. So if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I can see 22 of you on right now. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. So they did just condense that warning, severe thunderstorm warning down Broken Bow. You are not in it anymore, just off to your east. They did condense that. Jolene Eric, my son is driving from Chicago to Oregon on 80, about to hit Kearney. Is it bad? Um, it is. So if he's traveling along 80, once he gets just to the west of Kearney, toward Elm Creek, he's going to be hitting some heavy rain. I won't say it's bad. We'll see if there's any hail in this right here. So this is kind of just the integrated liquid. We can kind of see where the hail is, um, which I don't think that they've updated this. I think this hail is more just to the north of Lexington. So he's going to have some heavy rain. Definitely some heavy rain. I don't he's about to hit Kearney. Okay. So yeah. So once again, if he's just about ready to hit Kearney, he's going westbound on 80. Um he's roughly, if he's just about ready, he's probably about right here. So he's going to be hitting 80 and right just to the south of Elk Creek, he'll be hitting some rain. Probably pretty heavy rain up until, let me see, basically up until about North Platte. If he can get by from Kearney to North Platte, which is roughly, oh, we'll say about 95 miles. So he'll be in some heavy to moderate rain for about, 90 miles. And then he should be coming out of it and he should be good after that. Um, Austin just got back from Colorado. Hey, cool. Yeah, Colorado was had some severe thunderstorm warnings there this afternoon too. But yeah, Jolene or Eric, let me see. What does Kearney look like? I think you're trying to say what's Kearney look like. Kearney right now is fine. The storms are still off just to the west of Kearney. So these storms are all moving basically to the east at roughly about 30 mile an hour. So if you look at my screen, I'll go ahead and put this into motion for you. I mean, it's a pretty good rain cell here. It's definitely, moving east. So yeah, he'll be a little bit of gusty winds are actually pushing through Kearney now. So I can kind of see the outflow boundary just push through Kearney. So yeah, heavy rain. I don't really see any hail, but heavy rain going to moderate, and then he should be fine past North Platte. So he should be good. Austin, I thought you just went to Colorado. What was it? Was it two? No, it wasn't Colorado. You went to the East Coast. It's been a little bit since you've been out west. Good to see you, though. I text Dan today to let him know that this was coming, that he might want to drain his pool down a little bit because we could, Omaha could see, two, three, four, depends on where a couple of these cells line up, 2, 3, 4 inches of rain tonight into tomorrow morning. So we'll just have to see. So if you guys are new here and just tuning in, Omaha, eastern Nebraska, western Iowa is in a flash flood watch, which just means conditions are favorable for flash flooding. With all this heavy rain coming in later on, it could just be sitting over us for a little while. Flash flood watch until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So just be aware, and probably some pretty gusty winds could be moving through, upwards 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts coming in, probably around the midnight time frame. So uh we'll see how many warnings are out, you know, toward the late hour. We'll see if I'll stay live for it or if I'll just keep radar on and we'll go from there. So yeah, just got back. Hopefully, good news soon. Really awesome. I know exactly where you're going with that. So yeah, good luck to you. Seriously, you deserve it. All right, once again, like, subscribe to this channel. You know, join the chat. Uh, Tell me what town you guys are in. There's 25 of you here. Where are you guys watching in from? I know Chris is in Grand Island. I know Austin's in Omaha. Nancy's in Omaha. Um, yeah, so join the chat. let me know where you guys are from. I'll give you kind of an estimate, time of arrival with these storms if you guys are watching from anywhere from central to eastern Nebraska. Or even if you guys are up in South Dakota, we'll take a quick peek up there again. So it looks like just south of Sioux Falls, you guys have some pretty good rain. Trying to see, let's see, Lennox, Parker, kind of just off to your south still, north of Vermilion and Yankton. But you guys are still underneath a severe thunderstorm warning to up to 70-mile-an-hour winds with considerable damage in front of this line. So anywhere along the front of this line, you guys could be seeing upwards of 70-mile-an-hour winds. We'll see if we can take a quick peek and see what we can see. So 62. All right, well, there's a 73, almost 74-mile-an-hour wind gust ahead of this line. So just to the north of Vermilion, 73-mile-an-hour wind gust. So it's definitely out there. You know, even though you're not seeing it, but it's ahead of this actual rain. So basically, it's an imaginary outflow boundary line going like this, heading like that. So yeah, if you were along this frontal boundary, still could see up to a little over 70-mile-an-hour winds. So hunker down. All right, Harrington, you're still in a severe thunderstorm warning. Penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds for another 12 minutes. And Pierce, 27 minutes. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Man, you guys had some pretty good rain up there. Sioux City, kind of dumping up there where you are. We'll head over into Iowa, Jefferson, Iowa, and just to the south of Carroll, you guys had some pretty good rain moving through. I don't think this has really moved a lot. Let's see. Yeah, this is kind of just sitting there. Jefferson to the south, you guys are getting probably quite a bit of heavy rain. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning. We were actually just talking about this. That 73-mile-an-hour wind gust just up here. So Vermilion, Elk Point, Sioux Center, and just off to the west of Sioux City. Still 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gust with considerable damage ahead of this. So once again, if you guys were just here, we clocked a 73-mile-an-hour wind gust. Writing is not good. 73-mile-an-hour wind gust up in this area right there. So right along this, roughly about 73-mile-an-hour wind gust coming down. So Sioux Center, Oak Point, and Lamar's, you guys are all in the path of this storm. Let's see how fast they say that this is moving. So this is moving southeast at 30. Once again, 70-mile-an-hour wind gust is the biggest threat on this. All right, let's head back down a little bit further to the south. Let's see what's going on down here. All right, so Kearney off to the west. You guys are probably seeing a little bit of lightning. So Jolene, I'm sure he's passed through Kearney by now and has probably hit some pretty good rain. So just west of Kearney and Elm Creek, going northward, Loop City, Ainsley, and Ord. You guys are seeing a pretty good line of storms. I would not be surprised. So I saw 50 something mile an hour wind gust in here. So there was roughly a 50. So there's a 62 up toward Ord, Nebraska. All right, so we do have wind gusts up to roughly about 62. There's a 64 mile an hour just to the west, southwest of Ord. So definitely some gusty winds out here. But I got a feeling once this starts to bow out right in this area, I think it'll actually pick up speed heading east. So basically, this is all kind of going like that. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Should start to see some off the Norfolk cameras. I don't see anything there yet. Check the other camera quick. All right, so getting a little bit of lightning off of this Stanton County uh, management camera. So definitely a little bit of lightning out there. We'll have to wait and have it get a little bit closer. All right, so looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, exactly where we were just looking, toward Norfolk. So this will be for Wayne and Norfolk in Nebraska. So these are penny-sized hail up to 60 mile an hour wind gust. Let's see how fast this one's moving. So southeast at 25. So once again, basically this line right here is actually pushing basically southeast. All right, kind of like, let me see. So definitely some lightning still up there. I mean, we could get a pretty good light show down here later. All right, so it looks like, storms have really started fire even in Sioux City, Iowa. Cherokee, Lamar, Storm Lake. These like all blew up over the last, half an hour or so. down toward Carroll and Jefferson in western Iowa. I still would not be surprised if they started to put a warning down here. Sooner or later, this will be connected with warnings. Once again, everybody, thanks for joining in the channel, the live stream from eastern Nebraska tonight, covering Nebraska storms, South Dakota storms into Iowa. So, hit that like and subscribe button. I would appreciate it. So once again, the new severe thunderstorm warning just came out for Norfolk and Wayne, Nebraska. So Pierce, you guys are seeing some pretty good. Looks like you guys just had, I don't know if this was earlier, almost a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust in Pierce County, and this is public uh, source. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning actually, a couple of them. Holy mackerels. All right. All right, Laverne and Worthington. We're just actually talking about you. Let's hit Sioux Falls radar. All right, Laverne, Worthington, and Canton. You guys are all in a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see if it's all the same warning. Penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, I think they're both the same warning. So, all right, so this warning still that we were talking about earlier still has roughly about 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. If you're along this line, just went through Vermilion and heading toward Elk Point, down towards Sioux City, Lamar's area. We did clock winds of roughly in between 70 and 75 mile an hour here. So definitely, if you're in that area, hunker down. Going into northeastern Nebraska. Okay, this one is just about ready to allow to expire for Hartington, Crofton, Bloomfield, and Center. This one should be dissipating here in just a second. Boy, that's like the longest minute of my life. All right, there it goes. All right. So, Hartington, you are no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning. Crofton, Bluefield, and Center, you guys are clear. All right, still going into Pierce. Still up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right, have a new severe thunderstorm warning. If I can get down there. All right, so this is actually what I was talking about earlier. I thought this is exactly the diagram that actually I had drawn. All right, St. Paul, Grand Island, Chris, and Grand Island. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning now. St. Paul, Grand Island, and Hastings in Nebraska, Wood River. This will be for up to 60-mile-an-hour winds for roughly about 45 minutes. You guys are in this warning. So this line from basically Ord coming down just to the south of Kearney, moving east. So St. Paul, Grand Island, Wood River, and Hastings. You guys are in the severe thunderstorm warnings for roughly about 44, 43 more minutes now. All right, Kearney, you guys still have roughly about 13 more minutes of your severe thunderstorm warning. Probably raining pretty good in Kearney right now. I know we have a storm chaser out there. Nathan Moore, he's in Kearney. And I don't see him broadcasting. So he might have called it quits for the night. All right. So Elm Creek, Overton, you guys are still in this warning for, like I said, roughly 13 more minutes. Looks like had a storm report. Did I read this already? 4 miles west of Kearney had almost a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, 58-mile-an-hour wind gust. It's an unofficial personal weather station. So, well, so somebody's weather station picked up 58-mile-an-hour wind gust. So, kind of what I have on my end. So, right now, Omaha weather live from my weather station. We have roughly 87 degrees, 83 or 80-degree dew point. Still feels like 104. It is 9 o'clock at night. Feels like 104 degrees. We have south winds variable out of the south and almost 80% humidity. I mean, it is absolutely miserable out here. And not just out here. I mean, for like a quarter of the country is just like absolutely horrible. But I mean, really? 104 at 9 o'clock at night? Jeez. Crazy. All right, let's take a quick peek outside really quick. Yeah, we're not going to see anything here once it starts hitting. Maybe, you know, I don't know, Columbus, Schuyler, those up, we'll start to see lightning. So really nothing here. And once we do, we'll kind of keep this screen up here, but until that happens, we can actually get rid of this and put on our thunderstorm warnings. All right, because we know we will have those later on around here. All right, let's go ahead and let's just switch back to the bigger live radar where we all can see. All right, once again, just had the severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Hastings, Grand Island, St. Paul, and Wood River. Up to 60-mile-an-hour winds and roughly, you know, penny-sized hail, nickel to penny-sized hail. Just had another storm report come in 2 miles west of Loop City. That's in Sherman County by emergency management. Estimated 40 to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts 2 miles west of Loop City on Highway 92. If you guys can read that down there, sorry. So 50-mile-an-hour wind gust coming through. So once again, if you're in St. Paul, Grand Island, Hastings, just be prepared when this gust front comes through, this outflow boundary. Bauer, it's basically a gust front. It would be actually right here. So Wood River, you'd be next in line, probably St. Paul, and then Grand Island. So some pretty good wind gusts coming through here. Texas Dave. Texas Dave, what's going on? 90 degrees in Superior, Nebraska. Yeah, yeah, up in Superior. I know that's up north. Now I forgot where that is. Where is they? Uh, Must have took it off for some reason. But anyway, yeah, it's yeah, 90 degrees in Superior, and probably feels like probably what over the 105, probably closer to 107. I don't know what your guys' dew point is over there, but yeah, definitely. But thanks for tuning in, Texas Dave. I appreciate that. Is that where you live? Are you from Texas and live in Superior now, or are you just visiting? Once again, if you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Hit that bell icon. Every time we go live, you go live. All right, so a lot of these storms, all right. So Kearney, you guys are getting some heavy rain, gusty winds definitely had just come through. I do plan on that's my next Skycam will be out of Kearney. Um, I'm gonna try to get a camera out there here before too long. So if you hit that like and subscribe button, hit that bell icon, and you guys will be definitely first to see once we start getting some weather out of Kearney. If I would have my camera out there already, we could have watched these storms move into the Kearney area. All right, so let's go. Let's go back up to let's see, Iowa, South Dakota, Nebraska. Oh, you have a little Minnesota right here. So nickel size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that's just to the east of Sioux Falls. We will, okay. So that was all one warning. Just kind of a weird shape, but one warning. Vermilion, Sioux City. Sioux City, I'm really surprised you guys are not in one. At least not yet. We'll see if this continues. That 70 mile an hour, plus wind threat. And then Wayne, Pierce, and Norfolk, you guys are still in it. All right, now they just up yours to 70 mile an hour wind up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts with considerable damage along the front line of this. I think it's this one we were looking at. So this is up toward the Stanton County, up toward Norfolk. You can see that shelf cloud. So this cloud right here, if you guys can see, is a shelf cloud. And that would be moving in up in that area. So definitely some electricity up there. All right, and that just so happens to this is all moving southeast. So all that is moving southeast, people. So Columbus, Fremont, Blair, Beamer. Let me see who else is up here. West Point, Wisner, Pender, Wisner, West Point, Oakland, Scribner, Madison, the Stanton County, Columbus. Here pretty soon, you guys will basically start to see that shelf cloud, and actually, right where that shelf cloud is right here. So this was the camera we were just looking at, looking off toward that shelf cloud. So it is definitely there. All right, thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. If you are new to the channel, like and subscribe. We try to go live, you know, we try to go live often. This is kind of a part-time gig for me when I'm not working. But I do work full time, so it's really hard for me to live stream in some circumstances. But when I can, I'll be here. So hit that like and subscribe button and, you know, join us for this one and join us for the next one. So, all right, looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning just came out for Pierce in Nebraska. All right, once again, up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, considerable damage. Is that the same one? So that's a new one, and that's still saying the same thing. All right, let's take a quick peek. Let's see where they're. Oh yeah, look at that right there. What's that command is? Where is it? I saw it. All right, let's go down. Look at that. So just to the north, it's also to the west. So that's just to the north of Norfolk. We have 80-mile-an-hour winds up just to the northeast of Norfolk. And we are seeing, what are these? Yeah, probably not that. So we're looking at a little bit elevation higher up, uh, elevation here from the radar. So it is probably not 125 mile an hour. I would not be surprised if some of these gusts are basically upper 80s to close to 90 mile an hour wind gust. So this is definitely kind of crazy up here. Now, once again, I don't believe this is 125 mile an hour winds up here. I do believe, though, that we are having some pretty gusty winds, though. Let's go back up here just to the west of Sioux City. All right, so there's 50s, close to 60. All right, so I don't think it's 92 mile an hour just outside of Elk Point. I do believe that, we could be getting 70 plus mile an hour winds up here. Um, that's definitely some crazy winds, but I don't think I think we're in a little radar glitch there. So I would not be surprised. Like I said, once again, I mean, 70 plus mile an hour winds. I believe that there definitely are some right here in Oak Point. Here, this is actually a better radar site. Let's see what these are. I saw some 60. So yeah, I definitely believe 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Definitely to the north of Oak Point. All right, have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Look at that. If you guys were here earlier, I told you that there would be a line of severe thunderstorm warnings through here. All right. Still penny-sized hail up to 60 mile an hour winds. This is for south of Battle Creek. So this would be for Madison, Newman Grove, Albion, and St. Edward. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning for roughly 28 more minutes for up to penny-sized hail and 60 mile an hour wind gust. So definitely, if you guys are in the Omaha, the Columbus, Fremont, Blair, what else is up here? West Point, Wisner, Madison, Pender, Scribner. You guys are all, you guys need to be aware of this coming down from the southeast, or sorry, northwest, moving southeast. Just giving everybody a heads up now that there are definitely some gusty winds in here. I think this whole line right here is working its way down to the southeast as this line is moving east. So that's why, where this is, flash flood watch prone is in this area. These are going to come together and they're not really going to be moving that fast. And we could get heavy amounts of rain. We kind of knew this was coming. Let's shoot down toward Hastings really quick. All right, definitely a lot of lightning. So that out the gust front, it's just to the west of Grand Island. So Chris, if you're still watching, just off to your west, in St. Paul, Hastings, can definitely see Connie. Hey, good to see you. How's it going? And Connie is joining us from Iowa, just kind of around the Missouri Valley area. But anyway, Connie, good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Good. All right, so once again, yep, Modale. I wasn't going to give your town away, but as long as you do, that's all right. But she is in western Iowa, so we'll definitely keep track on that. So once again, if you guys are new to the channel, if you guys are around this area, hit that like and subscribe button. Hit that thumbs up. And hit that bell icon. Every time we go live, you can go live too. Join the chat. Let me know where everybody's watching in from tonight. You don't care. It's not like we're giving out your address or anything, just the town. It's all right. It's all good. All right, we're gonna go ahead and just put this in motion. Been watching the earthquake. Yeah, big old earthquake off Russia. So I believe it's Hawaii is under a tsunami warning. I think it was a tsunami warning. Um, it was either a watch or warning. I don't know if there was actually a tsunami or if they were just watching for one. But yeah, definitely a big earthquake out there. Did you really? Oh, that's kind of cool. Now, is that what is that? Is that Maui? What's the big island? Uh, is that actually Hawaii? Is it Maui? Which island is that? I'm not good with my Hawaii islands. You know what? Let's just take a little trip. Let's see. The big island be this one. All right. So Hawaii. Okay. So I assume it's this one right here. It's kind of cool. We even have a couple radar sites out there. Cool. All right, let's head back. Oh yeah, look at that. I think this was the tropical storm and could even be a class one hurricane, two and three. All right, let's go back to Nebraska. All right, still, all right. Couple of storm reports. Let's see how's what. Uh, you guys are still going to get some, heavy rain, gusty winds. Let me see. You guys are, here's Mo Valley. Are you guys south of Missouri Valley? Where are you guys? Are you guys, oh, there you are. No, where are you compared to Missouri Valley again? I forgot. You guys are right here somewhere. But anyway, regardless, everybody in this area is going to see extremely heavy rains, gusty winds. We're all underneath a flash flood watch north of Mo Valley. Okay. I think you were right up here. Anyway, it's probably so small I kind of zoom like all the way in. By 21 sign north of Missouri Valley. Oh, there you are. Okay. But anyway, yeah, it's the same thing regardless. Extremely heavy winds, heavy rain. We are all underneath a flash flood watch until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, all this is, basically coming down toward us. So we'll have a early morning wake up call probably around midnight or so. You know, I got to work in the morning, but as long as we have these severe thunderstorm warnings up in this kind of a line, you know, you guys can depend on me. I'm not going anywhere. We're in it for the long haul now. So let's see what these storms Let's see what these storms do. Ugg is right. So it's probably going to be loud, noisy, a lot of rain. All right, what's this report? All right, Newcastle, Nebraska, Dixon, train spotter. Highway 12 blocked by several large trees down in Newcastle. All right, people. So this should start to give us all the indication that if you guys are in the path of this, Omaha, Columbus, Fremont, Blair, West Point, Oakland, Tacoma, Pender, you know, that we are seeing some pretty, if you are anywhere along this line, actually you can see the the front right there. If you guys are anywhere in ahead of this, you guys need to be aware that there are some pretty gusty winds, 60, 70, maybe 75-mile-an-hour winds, you know, along this. This will bring down trees. This will bring down power lines, power outages. Um, so keep it here. Hit that like and subscribe button. Keep it here, and as long as we have power, I am in this general area in here, um, broadcasting. So we'll see if this makes it down here. Will it still hold the punch? Are we going to see gustier winds? We'll just have to wait and see. But definitely some, you know what? Let's look at some rain totals. We'll go 1 hour precip. Let me see. All right, they're not doing 1 hour. Let's do. All right, so the rain hasn't really gone much further than this, but just in this general area, let's just take a look at some amounts. So, roughly about almost 2 inches up here, a good almost 2 inches. What is this in here? So, all right, so we're looking at almost 2.5 inches of rain just to the north of Norfolk and over past Ord. I got to switch to their radar site over here. But all right, we're looking at 3.5 inches of rain. All of this is heading Columbus, Fremont, Omaha, Lincoln, this general area. So definitely. Work in the morning, yeah. I have to work in the morning. You have to work in the morning. So cooler temps, yes. Chris, hey fellow Nebraskans. LOL. Month till football starts. No kidding. Cannot wait until football season. I might just come on here every Saturday and we'll just start talking Husker football and might show some clips on here. But heck yeah, I think we're going to have a great team this year. Hopefully year three completely turns it around and we can, yeah, start doing something. But anyway, roughly 3.5 inches up here. All right, I did see we had a new severe thunderstorm warning that came out. This is including, I believe, which one was it? I just saw it come out. Or was it this one? Is it this one again? Yeah, for roughly about an hour. So a new severe thunderstorm warning came out for just to the west of Sioux City, Lamar's, Elk Point, and Sioux Center, and probably either in Vermilion. So we're looking at some of Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota, all in one warning. So just to the south of Elk Point, we have 62-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Heck yeah, I sure hope so also. Yeah, no kidding, right? We've been down too long. We need a great year. And there's a lot of tough teams that joined join the Big Ten. I mean, yeah, the Big Ten is like the Big 15 now, but yeah, a lot of good teams. All right, let's take a quick peek at this. This was our good. This is where that shelf cloud was. Hey, that's pretty cool. So this is from Stanton County Tower Cam out in Stanton County. So the temperature has already fallen down there to 73 degrees. All right, so 73. Um, we could take a quick peek back here again. So we're still at 86, dew point 80. Still 9:30 at night. Still feels like 102. Absolutely crazy. Humidity is actually going up to 82% now. Winds are out of the southwest at roughly 3 mile an hour. So yeah, so we can see kind of that. Let's go to this one really quick. Let's see if we can see. I don't think. Oh, we actually can. Let me. Let's pan a little bit. All right, so we're panning a little bit. So it's looking northwest. So if you guys are reading this, this is looking not just west, but west northwest. So we are definitely starting to see some lightning come in. Well, we'll keep it on. We'll keep it on this view for a little bit. Let's see, Nancy, grandson at the YMCA camp in Louisville, Nebraska. Hope they are all staying safe. Yeah, Louisville is actually down here to. Doo-doo-doo. Louisville's in here. Where's Louisville? Louisville's down here somewhere. But anyway, yeah. So I mean, they should. They need to be just weather aware and weeping water. Hurry. That's bad. Yeah, just having a total mind blank tonight. But yeah, Louisville, it's yeah. But yeah, they should be if they have weather alerts, radios there and everything, they should what was it? A camp in Louisville? Yeah. I'm not sure where my hmm, was on here. Hmm. But yeah, the same thing even with Louisville. Yeah, isn't Louisville in class? But there it is. I knew it was right here somewhere. Jeez Louise. You would think I haven't lived here for 50 years. But anyway, Louisville's right here. So yeah, just south of Sarpy County. So Gretna, Springfield, Cedar Creek, South Bend, Ashland. So yeah, it'll definitely come down this direction. All right, let's turn on Omaha radar. All right, so this is definitely what we're seeing. I said we would definitely get a light show. So this whole line, you know, is moving down toward us. So, but the main thing out of this line is really gusty winds. Um, maybe marble size hail, maybe nickel size hail at the most. But the main thing is gusty winds and heavy rain. Once again, if you guys are just joining, eastern Nebraska, western Omaha is underneath a flash flood watch until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So flash flood watch. That just means conditions are favorable for flash flooding because these could dump, as we saw, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain in some spots. Not every spot is going to see this, but in some spots, 2, 3, 4 inches of rain in a short amount of time. So, yeah, definitely. That's kind of funny. What I just said actually just came out on our local um, weather app that, yeah, strong winds and heavy rain. That's kind of just what I said. Um, so yeah, even the local guys are saying the same thing. So yeah, we'll wait and see with this coming through. Uh, we'll just yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll put this all into actually I've been having up this. Sorry, I didn't even know you guys weren't even watching this. But anyway, what I was saying is along this is the line I had up and I didn't have you guys on. So this is all definitely coming. You guys heard me, but didn't see the picture. This is all coming down. If you guys are anywhere, southeast of this, be aware. Gusty winds, trees down, power lines down, power outages, anywhere along this line coming down. 2, 3, 4 inches, anywhere in here possible. We saw 3.5 out here just to the north east of Ord. 3.5 inches out here. It's crazy. So any one of these cells could just sit over you and just drop massive amounts of rain. So it looks like we have 10 severe thunderstorm warnings, and basically all 10 of those is right probably over us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We probably have like 7 here. 8. Oh, new one just came out. 9. Right. Still in here. Yeah, sorry about that. I got distracted talking and looking at my radar on another screen and not knowing I had the other screen up. All right, so once again, severe thunderstorm warning all the way from, say, Vermilion and South Dakota down to from Sioux City, Norfolk. Let's see what's in here. Is there anything in here? Madison, Newman Grove, Albion. St. Paul, Grand Island. Let's click over to their radar. So they're only for about 4 more minutes, but I would not be surprised if uh, they they may condense this, and then because right here is your gust front. So it depends on what their wind speed is. You know, they may go in this general area. So even then, if you're in Central City, Aurora, York, Columbus, I would be aware of basically all of these. I mean, they're all pushing down to the southeast or pushing to the east. So we'll see if they extend that one in Grand Island a little bit more to the east. Let's see. Chris, was that you that was actually on earlier? Yep. Chris, if you're on, let me know if that gust front has pushed through you. It looks like it's right in Grand Island now. Let me know if you're getting like really gusty winds out of the west. Just kind of curious. All right, for everybody who's on, if you are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, join the chat. Let me know where you're from. Let's see, the winds are starting to pick up in Grand Island. Yep, it's kind of what I thought because if you kind of look on here, so we're looking at that. So right here is that gust front. So right here is that gust front that's just pushing through Grand Island. So yeah, Hastings, you'll be next in line. It hasn't quite hit Hastings, Grand Island. It should be coming through you right now. St. Paul just went through you. Central City, you're next in line. Um, so yeah, really some pretty good gusty winds in there. We can take a quick peek. Let me see. Let me see. Sometimes Kimberlina and Kearney. Yeah, Kimberlina looks like just off to your guys' west. You guys had a wind gust of almost 60-mile-an-hour winds, 4 miles west of Kearney. Looks like Kearney, you guys are probably in a little lull right now, but you guys aren't out of the woods just yet as of rain. So you guys have some moderate rain coming up from your south. So, all right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. All right, this is kind of getting closer. Uh, nickel-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll kind of zoom in. Pender, uh, Wisner, West Point, Oakland. I'm going to include you. Oakland, Scribner, Webster, Madison, Stanton County still, Woodland Park in Nebraska, and Wayne. You guys are all in a severe thunderstorm warning for roughly 45 more minutes, which would be 10:30. So 10:30, man, you guys can actually really see the definitive outflow boundary right here, the gust front, which is well ahead of it. So this is all moving to the southeast. Let's see what they're saying. This is moving. All right, so this is moving southeast at 30. Wind gust up to 60 mile an hour. Expected damage to roof, siding, and trees. Once again, if you guys, I've been saying, if you guys are along this line, you know, this gust front's pretty good. So Wisner, Pender should be switching winds right now. Wisner approaching West Point. Webster, Scribner. All right, so it looks like we just got issued a severe thunderstorm watch for the metro. Let me take a peek at this quick severe thunderstorm warning up in Iowa for Sheldon, Iowa, just to the west of Spirit Lake and Spencer. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Nickel size hail. All right. So Omaha is now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see. Kim, I'm on the southeast side. Let's see, we did get some pretty crazy winds. Yeah, I'm sure you guys did down there. We also have family that live in Kearney too. So I plan on putting a Skycam in Kearney. So we'll get live Skycam coverage from in there. All right, let's go really quick. We'll go back to the Omaha radar. Um, Let me do this really quick. All right, we're gonna go Spirit Thunderstorm Watch. Let's see what this is really quick. All right. So on top of all the severe thunderstorm warnings, you guys can kind of see. I think they expanded severe thunderstorm watch for Douglas County. Okay, so it hasn't quite. The new one hasn't quite. We'll stay here. Um, until the new watch box comes out, but it does include Washington, Sarpy, Douglas, Saunders, Lancaster. It does include these, so let's give it just a second to update. Um, like I said, you guys are hearing it before they even have it up here. I think we are in a severe thunderstorm watch. Let's see, expires in about 6 hours. So what? About four? About 4 in the morning. All right, come on. Any day now. All right, we'll go ahead and just kind of put this. Okay, I'm also looking forward to that. I got pitch black, it got pitch black fast, and of course now it's getting dark, but it still looks a little crazy. Yeah, we'll take. You know what? Let's go back down there. You guys actually are in a yeah. So there's no severe thunderstorm warning out for you guys anymore. So they did allow that to expire. So you guys are be getting rain here in just a little bit. So Minden, Holdridge, Kearney, Lexington, up towards St. Paul, Grand Island. You guys are all going to be, still getting some, moderate rain. Your guys' front is actually all the way out here. So it's actually on the east side of Grand Island, approaching Hastings. And actually, it takes a little jog right there. Whoops, stop. All right. So you guys kind of know what I mean. It's right in there. Yeah, it's pretty definitive. So you're looking up here, Grand Island, just going through Hastings. It's approaching the radar site. That's why there's a little niche right in there. But yeah, all the way down. And this is all basically moving to the east. All right, we're gonna go. Come on, wish this warning would or watch box would come out so I can get rid of it. All right, we're gonna go back to. I'm gonna get this watch box off. Just trust me when I say that we'll come back to this. And this watch box was extended down here. So we'll come back to this. We'll go back to the Omaha site really quick. Let's go to this one really fast. All right, we'll kind of do this view so you guys kind of have the good of both worlds. So we have a sky cam pointing off to uh, the northwest where this line is actually coming in. So pretty soon, all right, so pretty soon we'll have a ton of lightning. So let's go back just to as of just right now while this gets a little closer. Um, all right, we'll come back to because this hasn't updated just yet for the watch box for us. All right. Couple reports still out there. All right. So I think here's a new one just to the west of Wayne. So this is in Carroll, Nebraska. Wayne Public, an inch and a half branches down in Carroll. All right. So that was as of, I guess, a little after 9 o'clock. So, all right. So trees or branches about inch and a half, 2 inches in diameter are down out there. I think we got this one already. Let's see. Several large tree limbs down in Newcastle. Yeah, we saw that one already. So still some pretty good winds. 62-mile-an-hour winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right, you guys can kind of see where that just to the north of Columbus, to the northwest of Columbus, is that front pushing down. All right, we're gonna put this in motion really quick. All right, if you guys are new to the channel, don't forget, hit that like and subscribe button for me. I would really appreciate it. Hit that bell icon every time we're live. You guys will get notified. We do all of Nebraska's severe weather, western Iowa, South Dakota. We do generally the Midwest severe coverage for right now. We will be expanding a lot more outward. Or if you tell me where you are and there's severe weather, hey, we'll cover it. So, yeah, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Thanks for everybody's support. Thanks for everybody's Venmo donation. If you have uh, donated per Venmo, we also have PayPal. So, appreciate it. We just had lightning hit something. We still have electricity, but it was enormously loud. It made our whole place shake. Yeah, I bet. Matter of fact, yeah, we can actually kind of see that just here on even radar. I mean, we show recent, well, within probably the last 5 minutes. If you're in Kearney, if you're on the north side, I don't know which side you said you were on. I forgot. Where are you? southeast side. All right, so you're more over here. So yeah, we'll just it had to have come from probably right here. So that's basically the southeast side. So if we kind of stop that, I guarantee this right here had your lightning come out of it right in there. Is probably where it was. So yeah, we'll wait and see, but even though it doesn't look like much down here, there's still some pretty, as you see, we just had to switch radar sites. Still a lot of heavy to moderate rain going to be, coming in. Minden, Holdridge, Kearney, Wood River, Grand Island, St. Paul, everything in this area. But really nothing severe, severe standards. But we're going to come back up here toward the Omaha area. All right, huge line of strong to severe thunderstorms. I mean, talking, let's see what some of these winds. So this will be right along the front. Let me see, that was about 60 mile an hour. All right, so I just had a 72. So there's a 74 mile an hour wind gust. So we are looking, all right, where is that? So basically in Pender, so just south of Pender, we had the 74 mile an hour wind gust. So 76 north of Pender says 90. I don't believe 90. There could definitely be 70, a little plus mile an hour winds in here. Just all depends on where you are, but yeah. So definitely yeah, keep this channel on. We'll keep you safe throughout the night. Hit that like and subscribe button. And yeah, we'll stay here until it pushes through. Let's see if they updated that watch box yet. They're being really slow tonight. All right, there we go. All right, new severe thunderstorm watch box has been issued. Washington, Douglas, Sarpy, Odo, Cass, Lancaster, all the counties, Potawatomi, um, counties in western Iowa, all in a severe thunderstorm watch until I believe it's 4 a.m. Excuse me, 4 a.m. So, yeah. So there is the new watch box if you are in this general area. Here it is. All right, let's switch back to regular. All right, Kim said, I have seen some amazing lightning shows. I used to do amateur weather spotting. Thank you for being here and helping all of us be safe. Kim, absolutely. This is what I love to do. Seriously, this is what I love to do. My goal someday, I would love to be as big as Max and Ryan on here. Um, but it's taken 5 years for them to be as big as they are, and I'm like just starting. So yeah, but this is what I love to do is to keep people safe and um, other than my military days and being on the medical field side of things, that's what I do is keep people safe. So now here is like meteorology side of things and still keeping people safe. All right, so we're down to basically like one big severe thunderstorm warning in Norfolk. So still for roughly about 29 more minutes. Yeah, you know, even though this isn't severe thunderstorm warned, this is still, what did I say, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's put a kind of a little timeline. How far? So this is southeast at 35. Let's just kind of. So we'll just do it from the gust front. All right, Crowd 13 minutes, Scribner 19, Hooper 31, Winslow 35, Nickerson 42. Let's just keep going down. Fremont, roughly about 50 minutes. Inglewood, 50 minutes. Woodcliff, 55. Arlington, 56. We'll go Kennard, roughly a little over an hour. Valley, 67. Blair, 67. Bennington, hour and a half. Fort Calhoun, let's see, Boys Town, 86 minutes. In Omaha, basically 90 minutes. So this is actually moving, fairly good. So in Omaha, within the next, hour and a half, we'll be seeing, some gusty winds coming through. So total population, everybody just in my blue polygon, little over a million, like 1.1 million. So hey, if you guys are in the Omaha area, keep us on. We'll be here as long as it takes. All right, let's take a quick peek outside really quick. I think I might have to turn a little bit more to. All right, we'll definitely turn a little bit more to the northwest because I got a feeling that's where a lot of this is going to be coming in from. All right, if you guys are new to the channel, hop on. Let me know where you guys are tuning in from. I can kind of give a rough estimate on, when it's going to be at your location, what's coming. Um, and of course, if you guys are in eastern Nebraska, you guys just kind of, you know, saw where everything's coming. So we do have one severe thunderstorm warning. Well, we have two, but one general one with the gusty winds with this gust front coming through. So West Point's going to be coming through you right now. Gusty winds. Webster and Scribner. In Oakland, you guys are next in line. So let's back out a little bit. Let's switch. Whoops. Let's switch radars really quick. We'll go back down toward out of Hastings radar. All right, so just had an updated Grand Island wind gust. So Grand Island Airport, 52 mile an hour. So Hall County, the airport, 52 mile an hour in Grand Island. I know Chris lives in Grand Island, and she said that the winds were definitely picking up there. So, yep. So that front is Central City. Aurora and just passed through Hastings. So Kearney, Kim, you guys are probably seeing some moderate rain right now. Probably still some more thunder and lightning. Holdridge, Minden, Lexington, up through Wood River, Grand Island, St. Paul. Pretty big, heavy up toward Albion, Newman Grove, St. Edward. You guys are getting a ton of rain up here. Madison up to Stanton County. You guys out of this radar. Man, look at that. That is like wind driven rain. That is crazy. So that is definitely some gusty wind still up there. All right, everybody who just joined in, like and subscribe. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. Like and subscribe, hit that bell icon. All right, so let me see. Looks like the winds are kind of coming down a little bit more. Not so much of a outflow boundary line. Oh, never mind. I just had to switch radars. Duh. All right. Still a pretty good outflow boundary line. I forgot I had switched to the Grand Island radar. All right, we'll put this in motion really quick so you guys can kind of see. This is 21 frames. So definitely coming down. So that's why we saw so much rain out of that Stanton County tower cam. Still extremely windy up here. Here's the other camera out of Norfolk. Yeah, definitely strong winds. Ooh, did you guys see that CG? CG is cloud to ground lightning. That was crazy. All right. So really across the United States, there's only 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. And I think in our general area, what do we have? 3? 3, but they cover quite a bit. A ton of rain up north. Sioux City, this whole general area up here is getting a ton of rain. This area out here, this area is getting a ton of rain. So let's kind of go toward, let's see, Connie, direction of that wind may just miss me. You know what? We'll look at that in 2 seconds, Connie. Let's go. So just to the west of Des Moines. Des Moines. Just kidding. Des Moines. Um, just looks like Storm Runner Media is out there, but it just looks like heavy rain, lightning, nothing big. I think this is their frontal boundary right over here. Yeah, so they're gust front's going to be coming through Greenfield, Winterset, Des Moines, um, Ankeny. Ankeny. All right. All right. We're gonna check out where Connie is. So Connie should be right. Okay, Modale is roughly right there. I don't know. Either way, you guys will get some pretty gusty winds in Modale. I think definitely further to the south, Columbus, Scribner, Fremont, Blair, definitely around, Valley, Utan, Omaha, Papan, we're going to see the southern, they may extend this warning, probably not that far right offhand. We may have two more warnings to go before this if they extend it, but this is still some pretty good winds. I'm gonna need to get some water here pretty soon. I'm almost out. Kind of wish some more storm reports would come in from around around the area. Let's see. Spalding had 50-mile-an-hour winds. That's Greeley County. Have family members just to the north of Spalding, so they they probably had some pretty hefty rain up there. So Spalding is down here. So I have family basically in this general area in here, and they definitely got, yeah, and still seeing quite a bit of heavy rain. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Connie, what's the temps behind the system? I've seen lower 70s. You know what? Let's take a quick peek. That's a good question because I actually haven't seen. Let me see. Where are we? Come on. Let's take a quick peek. All right, so as you see, almost 90 still in like Omaha area, and we are seeing 60s behind this front. This is awesome. Actually, I think right here, is that a 60? Oh, it is a 68. Boy, I thought that said 58 for a second. Anyway, we're seeing middle to upper 60s behind this. You guys can see exactly where this is crazy. Fremont still almost 90 here in Omaha. But yeah, definitely a huge turn of events here when it comes to temperatures. This will feel so good. All right, so we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning out. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, it's yep, basically nickel-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's get some for Ottawa, Takema, Oakland, and Blair. So, Connie, you are just on the outside of this warning by like 4 miles. All right, still once again, I think they may expand this warning a little bit more to the south. Depends on what these winds are right in here. But they could come out with something, heck, I don't know, like that. Gust front is right along there. All right, so right along there, pushing southeast. Nancy's 60s will feel cold. You know what? No kidding. Everybody get out your winter coats because that is what it's going to feel like. I mean, we just saw temperatures today here in Omaha with feel like temperatures. I think I clocked 118. Either 117 or 118 feel like here in Omaha, and we have 60s behind it. Holy man, that's like a huge temperature change. That's like crazy. Let's take a quick peek outside really quick. With the lightning, I can definitely see the shelf cloud like way back there. You can kind of see the different shades of colors of them, but I can definitely see the shelf back there. So we'll just have to wait and see. All right, let's go really quick. We'll go here. All right. As of right now, as of 10:18 p.m., 85 degrees. Dew point is still at almost 80 degrees. Still feels like 100 degrees here in Omaha. Winds are out of the southeast at roughly 5 mile an hour, and humidity is still 83%. It is absolutely horrible out there for about another hour. Maybe not even that. I will give it 45 minutes and this will dramatically change. And we will keep up when it does. We'll bring up this one here and we'll see the wind change. I kind of have, you know, scenes for like everything that we need. So Skycam, we'll see the temperature probably just plummet. Winds will change and we'll see how much rain we get out of this. So yeah, we'll come back to this one. All right, so we'll keep it kind of on this screen here so you guys can kind of see what's going on outside. This is basically the direction that I am pointing. So yeah, as it starts to come in closer, we'll start to see it more. All right, 3 blocks for me, LOL. Yeah, right. I mean, that severe thunderstorm warning is right at your back door. So, hey, Danielle, what's going on? Glad you got to make it. Glad you made it. Glad you tuned in. Appreciate it. Storms are basically just off to the northwest. So, extremely gusty winds going to be coming down. It's going to be loud. Thunder, lightning. Yeah. So we'll just have to wait and see. And extremely heavy rain. So, all right, glad to see everybody on here. If you are new to the channel, once again, we appreciate you tuning in. Hit that subscribe and like button. And hit that bell icon. Every time we go live, we want you to go live with us. So, yeah, like, subscribe, hit that bell icon. We are broadcasting from eastern Nebraska. And yeah, we do a lot in Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota, Kansas, just really the Midwest for right now. And we'll be expanding, but for right now, we're just kind of concentrating on the Midwest storms right now. It's a little far out. All right. Thanks for taking care of the yard before the storm. Yeah, you know what? I know. I kind of looked at both of our yards this morning and kind of went, yeah, they both need to be done because I knew we were going to get massive amounts of rain and you cannot cut tall grass and have it be wet. So, yeah, no problem. I only cut it when it was 106 out. So, only 106. I mowed 2 yards today in 106-degree weather. So, yeah, brutal, brutal, brutal. Actually, you guys probably can't see, but let me. No, you guys can't see. But you guys can kind of see, actually nothing because that camera is pointing down. Never mind. For you guys that are new, this is kind of what our studio looks like from behind the scenes. So yeah, so that's kind of what it looks like behind the scenes. We'll get back to normal. Yeah, they're still pretty close. All right, let's see. Let's kind of just back over to Des Moines really quick. Des Moines, you guys are. Let's switch over to your radar really quick. It looked more impressive from the way radar, but close to the radar, yeah, just kind of some heavy rain out there. We'll switch back over to Omaha. Ida Grove, Denison, Ida Grove, you guys are getting some really heavy rain right now up in Ida Grove. Man, this severe thunderstorm warning has gone on forever up here in South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa. How much? Oh, 5 more minutes. So you guys have 5 more minutes underneath this severe thunderstorm warning. So Lamar, Sioux Center, Vermilion, Elk Point, and Sioux City. Even though I don't think Sioux City, you are definitely in it, nor Sioux City, but not Sioux City. But we'll count ya. And Orange City, you guys just have another, what I say, 5 minutes left. And then you guys will be done. Let's switch back down to Omaha. All right, Stephanie said, "Don't know if you can catch the lightning to the north." Yeah, I'm trying to catch that lightning to the north. There's lightning to the north, and a lot of the storms that are going to be coming into our areas is mainly, west to northwest. So we just need to give it a little bit more time. We'll switch really quick over to Skycam really quick and getting some pretty good shots. I mean, we're facing a lot. I'll turn a little bit more to the north, but we'll come back. Hey, that was a pretty good CG right there, if you guys all saw that. Hmm. All right, Stephanie said, "Yep, that's it." So we'll keep it. You know what? We'll go back to radar. We'll do the sky cam and radar at the same time. So we'll get a good view either way around here. So all right, let's go back to this one. So we got 2 more minutes on this severe thunderstorm warning because that outflow boundary has already pushed through here with the gusty winds. So now we're just seeing heavy rain. Pender, Wisner, West Point, Scribner, Oakland, and Webster. Um, yeah, you guys are just going to be seeing some heavy to moderate rain moving in, even behind it. Even Albion and Newman Grove, St. Edward, you guys are just getting dumped on with rain out there. Fullerton, you guys, same. We'll put a motion on this, and I think this is all moving basically to the east. Yeah, if you see this general direction, everybody, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This is why we have a flash flood watch out for our area, is for stuff like this. I mean, massive amounts of rain. All right. Everybody, do not go anywhere. Give me about 30 seconds. I have got to get some more water. I have been talking for, well, it's only been 3 hours, but it seems like a lot longer. But my throat's getting kind of sore. So give me 2 seconds. Let me grab some water. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. All right. Connie, going to go peek outside to see the lightning. That's always cool. Be careful, but yeah, lightning's always cool. Just the power behind it. You know, I love massive tornadoes in an open field, not destruction. It's just the power behind, storms is what I enjoy. The thunder, the lightning, just the power behind it. Love it. Love it, love it. All right, so that warning was allowed to expire. Kind of what I thought, because the front has already pushed by there. So they haven't really put another one out for a little bit further south of this one. Kind of surprised a little bit. Let's see what wins. I'm kind of surprised, seeing, at least 70-mile-an-hour winds up here, roughly 71 here. Let's let this scan go through. All right, well, it kind of just took that one away. So, all right. So, yeah, legit, I don't see anything. I mean, I still saw there's still 50 mile an hour, gust approaching Fremont. So yeah, definitely up here there was a 70. Yeah. So definitely if you're still in this Warren area, definitely some gusty winds up here. All right. So yeah, I can see that. I completely concur that there should not be a warning down here. Biggest gusty winds, honestly, are right in here. Which, if you were in Oakland, Ottawa, and maybe Tacoma, you guys will be seeing some heavy winds. Connie, nice lightning show. Right? Isn't it? It's pretty cool. Let's go to live Skycam for just a minute. Let's get a kind of a peek on what's going on out there. I'd like to see some good CG. CG is cloud to ground lightning. Not that I wanted to hit anything, but CG is pretty cool, especially when you capture it. And then, yeah, it's always pretty cool to see. Go back and look at it. All right, we'll go back to this one, this scene for a little bit. All right, so everybody who's just joining us, thanks for tuning in. Be sure you hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Hit that bell icon. Next time we go live, I want you to go live with us. Join the chat. Let me know where you're from. Towards me? What do you mean towards me? Anyway, let me know where everybody's tuning in tonight. I assume probably for the most part everybody's here in either eastern Nebraska, western Iowa. I know I had some Kearney people join us, probably Hastings, Grand Island. I know that, a lot of people subscribe that are around here, so I appreciate it. Seriously, I do. All right, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of Omaha. Blair, who was in it? Dakota, Oakland, Blair, and Ottawa in Iowa, which is for this right in here, which we're still clocking roughly about 70-mile-an-hour winds. So the this warning is definitely legit. Even though we can see the front, passing through here, this is roughly only about 50-mile-an-hour winds. Between, yeah, 45 and 50-mile-an-hour winds. Now, we will see, definitely some winds coming through town. I will say that, but not like it was. All right, let's take a quick peek down just to the south of Hastings radar again. Yeah, you guys have a pretty good outflow boundary. We're just approaching York. Down through here, all of this is actually moving to the east. So it looks like York, probably Sutton, Fairfield, Edgar, it's approaching you, Nelson, and Superior. Oh, there's where Superior is. I had a subscriber from Superior. I could not remember where it was. All right. Uh, Texas, whatever his name was, Texas is from Superior. So yeah, Superior, you guys, your win is about ready to shift. So massive amounts of rain is what we needed here, central and eastern Nebraska. Of course, I mean we're dry, but not overly dry. We've seen a lot of rain, but let's use some more. All right, we're going to take a quick peek at um, all right, we're going to take a quick peek at the temps behind this front, which are amazingly almost cold. Look at this. We're going from 83 in Columbus to 67 in Norfolk. I mean, this is crazy. Even though the front had just passed through, so the gauges will be changed in here probably shortly. But we're looking at 86 in Omaha and 67 in Norfolk. Don't mind this 32. This is not right. Um, but yeah, I mean, incredible difference. Yeah, downright almost cold. I mean, everybody that's been around here has experienced 115 to almost 120 feel like temperature for the last 3 days. You get that 115, and now we're seeing 67. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy. All right, so only really three severe thunderstorm warnings in the country. So we have a South Dakota, Wyoming one. which mean for 4 minutes. So it must be in Wyoming reaching out over into South Dakota. All right, so we have the Iowa, Nebraska one. And then the South Dakota, Wyoming one. All right, so still the same ones. So only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings out there. We'll take a quick peek at the South Dakota ones. Looks like Tornado Pagey is up there. What is that? Spearfish? All right, so so Spearfish in South Dakota over by Mount Rushmore, kind of roundabout way. Sturgis is over there. So what are they seeing? Ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, and quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So yeah, a couple storms from Wyoming coming into South Dakota. All right, we're going to go back to the one Nebraska severe thunderstorm warning. We'll switch to Omaha. All right, so real quick before this changes, we will go to here. Well, once again, at 10:42 p.m., 85 degrees. Dew point is still almost 80 degrees. Feels like 98 degrees, almost 100 degrees still at 11 o'clock at night. Winds are out of the south at roughly 2 miles an hour, and humidity is a horrible 83%. Yeah, yuck, 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 yuck. All right, we're gonna still show you guys outside. All right, still severe. Let me see how long. 17 more minutes. Which it's roughly it's this area right here. So Oakland, you're probably seeing gusty winds. Ottawa and Iowa here pretty soon, and Tacoma. You guys are all going to be seeing some gusty winds here in just a little bit. Yep, everybody, if you guys are watching, don't forget to like and subscribe, like Steph said. Can't wait for temps to drop. No kidding, man. I miss sitting outside. I made this uh, front patio porch. Um, haven't been able to use it lately. It's just been so miserably hot. No, I mean, if you sit outside, it's like sitting in a 350-degree oven. You sit out there for about an hour, you come inside medium rare. I mean, yeah, crazy. Definitely can't wait for the 60s to roll in, and yeah, it's kind of weird and sad to say, but I can't wait for cooler temperatures and I can actually have a fire pit. I mean, but that's what fall is all about, fire pits and cool weather and season changing. So we still got a little ways before that. All right, everybody who has just joined in, I see almost 40 of you on here. Hit that like and subscribe button. Hit that bell icon. We try to go live, when I can. I do have a full-time job that takes a lot away from me. But when I'm off and, there's storms in the area, we're on. So, if we're live, we want you to be live with us. So hop on. If you're just joining in, tell me where you're from. Would love to know. If whatever town or city you live in, we can talk about it. Not a big thing with me. Love doing it. All right, tons of heavy rains. Ida Grove, um, Mapleton, everybody. Kim, we're still getting more out here in Kearney. Well, let's take a quick peek in Kearney. Yeah, actually, where you said where you are, the southeast side of Kearney. Yeah, you guys are probably getting some pretty heavy rain right now. Definitely some pretty heavy rain. I'll kind of put this into motion, Kim, so you kind of see what's coming up your way. Let me bring up actually Blue Hills radar. All right, there we go. So that's kind of better for you. So where Kim lives is kind of in Kearney, the southeast region over in here. So you definitely have, a lot of moisture being pumped up. So really quick, we'll put this in motion for you. Everybody who's watching in Kearney, Holdridge, so definitely some a lot of rain. Good rain for the arts. So yeah, and even then, Kim, Claire is still down in Kansas. All this moisture is going to be, pumping northeastward, but the whole system is actually moving east. So yeah, here's a bigger picture, bigger look at the area out there. But thanks for reporting in from Kearney. Appreciate it. Anybody else out there? Eastern Nebraska, Western Iowa. Tune in. Columbus, you guys are about ready to get some. Wow, we're now down to 66 degrees. There you go. Kearney's already at 66. They've already broke out their winter coats, winter pants. I mean, they're like winter hats and gloves. It's cold out there. Yeah. Kearney has that while Omaha is still, pushing almost 90 degrees. I think we were almost 100 feel like temperature. All right, we're gonna go. I'm gonna switch this camera a little bit. We're gonna go a little bit more to the west than what we are. All right, I think we'll get some pretty good views from this site right here. And Kim, thanks for that report out in Kearney too. So appreciate it. Until I get a camera out there, which it'll be nice, I have you as a hopefully a subscriber and you can give me some reports from the Kearney area. All right, let's go back up to Omaha radar really quick. Man, there's a ton of cloud to ground lightning out there. Ton of it. All right, looks like that front um let's see, passing through Takema down toward Fremont. It's already passed through North Bend, approaching Arlington, David City, approaching like I said, approaching Wahoo, Fremont, Arlington Valley, Utan, and Blair are next in the path. The good thing about here is when, let me see. Yeah, when that comes through, we will um, kind of bring this up and we'll see what the winds do here. We'll see what wind gusts that we can pick up here. So right now we have a top peak of 18 miles an hour. That was from last night's storms that kind of went by. So this was after midnight. So for the most part today, winds have really been calm. So we'll just see when this front comes through what we come up with. Sorry, I just don't want to wear my hat anymore. All right. All right. So for people who are just joining us, almost 11 o'clock Central, it's 10:52. We'll put this into motion, and you guys can kind of see who's up next. It's kind of cool. You can see this one out to the west, and the one coming down from the northwest. I think we're going to get a ton of rain in this area. So once again, we are underneath a flash flood watch until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for basically eastern Nebraska and western Iowa, just due to the heavy amounts of rain that is legitly coming, this direction. All right, once again, we still just have this one severe thunderstorm warning for Nebraska. I guess there's three others. I bet they're up here. Up towards Spearfish and Sturgis area. Let's see what they're still ping pong size hail. Wow, this is a pretty good cell up here. Just to the north of Sturgis, what do you guys have? Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. I honestly think it's bigger. That could be even bigger than quarter size hail. Just to the north of Newell and Mislin. I think this is a little bit bigger. What did they say? Quarter size? I think it's a little bit bigger than quarter size up here. Maybe. Your cloud tops are only at 44,000 feet, so maybe a little bit bigger than quarters, but yeah, good little system over there in western South Dakota. All right, let's come back down here really quick. All right, Takema, the front's probably passed through you. Let's see who else is in here. Herman, it's approaching you, and Nickerson. It has come through you, Fremont. It's approaching you, Morris Bluff. It has already gone through you. So much cooler temperatures behind this front. A lot of rain and a lot of cooler temperatures. All right, everybody, if you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Hit that bell icon. We are covering eastern Nebraska, western Iowa storms. We are broadcasting from eastern Nebraska around the West Omaha region, kind of where that radar site is a little bit just to the south. So we are in the area, have a live Skycam pointing in that general direction and live radar. Uh, yeah, have numerous scenes that we can go to, full screens of Skycam, trying to get that good shot of a good CG. Haven't gotten it yet tonight. Well, we we saw a couple of CGs. But definitely that's where the storm's coming from. Still, 11 o'clock at night, 98 degrees feel like. It is absolutely horrible out there. 82% humidity, temperature 85. South winds at roughly about 6 miles an hour. And those are drastically going to change. So by that tells me the south winds, it's just pumping in the moisture and going to collide with this front that we see coming in. So yeah, these winds will drastically turn definitely from the northwest. We'll just have to wait and see. You guys can kind of see those two fronts. The one's coming in from the east, the other's coming down from the northwest. I'm sorry, not the east. It's coming in from the west, and then the other one's coming down from the northwest. So yeah, expect to see a lot of rain, in seriously in this area where we have that flash flood watch. Expect to see a lot of rain in here. 2, 3, even some places 4 inches of rain. Going to be a lot of rain. All right, so we're thunderstorm warning for 1 more minute, but even when that goes away, we're not going anywhere because we there's still going to be gusty winds. People are still going to want to know what's going on. I don't know if our local news stations are going to be, on or not. Maybe I don't know, but regardless, I am. All right, so there goes the severe thunderstorm warning. All right, we'll just kind of wait it out and see. Still a ton of lightning out there. If you guys are new to the channel, welcome into the chat. Hit that like and subscribe button. And if you guys want to join the chat, tell me where you guys are watching from. I'd love to know where people are watching from. Are you guys here in eastern Nebraska, central Nebraska, Iowa? Where are you guys watching from? All right, so the front is going through Fremont now. Arlington, you're next in line. Blair, you're next in line. And probably Wahoo. Topeka, Kansas. What's going on in Topeka tonight? Let's see. Absolutely nothing. Diane, I wish I could tell you something. I can tell you I appreciate you joining tonight. And now that I know I have a subscriber in Topeka, hey, if we get severe weather, or if you get severe weather, I will be sure to cover that area. But right now, there is absolutely nothing going on in Topeka, which is good. You guys have a good, quiet night. You guys are still probably hot down there until everything, kind of pushes through. You guys are probably still in the heat even for tomorrow, probably. Yeah, right. No storms for Topeka. I know that's like never heard of. Topeka, Overland Park, all you guys out there, Junction City, Manhattan, you guys are always having some storms down there of some sort. Kansas City, I mean, so yeah, you guys have a hot and no wind. Yeah, exactly. That's been like everywhere. Let's see what you guys are temperature wise right now. All right, Topeka, Kansas, 84 degrees, and that 84 probably with your humidity probably feels like close to 100. I mean, you are definitely in the upper 90s for feel like temperature. Uh, Even for 11 o'clock at night. It's crazy. Topeka may have been lucky. But yeah, thanks for joining in. I hope you hit that like and subscribe button and hopefully you're a new subscriber and yeah, definitely will keep you and your family safe. Feels about right? Yeah, definitely feels about like that. But thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. All right, we'll come back up here to the Omaha area. All right, Columbus, you guys are just getting massive amounts of rain. Over towards Schuyler, Webster, North Bend, Scribner, Oakland, West Point, you guys are definitely in the rain now. Osceola, Stromsburg, definitely in it. York, front's already passed through you guys. Hastings, Grand Island, you guys are seeing nothing but rain now. Minden, let me see. I know Kim is in Kearney. Still getting a ton of rain. Let me switch radar real quick. Kim, if you're still watching, yeah, ton of rain still, you know, out to the south, southwest. Here's live radar scan now, you know, Probably light rain. More of the heavier rain has moved off to your east, but still have some moderate rain just down to the south. So, yeah, a lot of rain. You guys can all see this moving in from the west and this coming down from the north. I mean, this could actually be like not really disastrous, but extremely, flooding is very um, likely in this area. Try to look, not so much lightning anymore. I know there's some out there. You can see how still those trees are. I mean, the trees out here are just like still, dead as can be. And once this front moves through, or once it almost gets here, we'll change camera views and we'll see what the gusts are here coming in. Once again, like and subscribe if you're a new subscriber. If you want to support and help out the channel, we do have Venmo and PayPal as of right now. So if you guys have um, Venmo, geez, I can't even talk. Venmo and PayPal, you want to help out the channel, appreciate it. We plan on getting more cameras out there. Plan on putting in another camera in the Kearney area, and I would like to up toward like the Spalding area possibly. So we have cameras, kind of here in eastern Nebraska, kind of south central and north. So trying to get some cameras out in those directions and help out and give more coverage of severe weather. And everybody who is actually just joining, if you kind of want to see behind the scenes really quick on kind of our setup in the studio mode. This is kind of what we have. Some so this is our setup. Megan, watching from Elkhorn. Waiting for the outflow winds. Yeah, Megan. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you hit that like and subscribe button. Yeah, Elkhorn, you know, we're actually pretty close to one another, to be honest with you. Yeah, Elkhorn is right in here. Where are you? There you are. All right, Elkhorn along Highway 31, which is also 204th Street. Um, yeah, Megan, just seriously, it's actually passing through almost Valley now. So you can kind of see on this radar scan. Yeah, went already through Fremont. It'll be approaching Valley here pretty soon. And we'll have to wait and see, yeah, with these winds, broaden this back out. So, yeah, appreciate you tuning in, Megan. Appreciate that. I'm basically like right down the street from you. Whoops. All right. All right, once again, just a lot of, we're just waiting for this gust front to come through. It's going to turn the winds around. It's going to significantly drop the temperatures. I mean, still right here in West Omaha. Let me see, where am I? All right, so we're still sitting at roughly 85 degrees. Dew point is still 78 degrees. It's still feeling like 98 degrees here in western Douglas County, West Omaha. Humidity still 80% and winds are still south at 3. That is going to change here in just a little bit. And when it does, we will have, either this one on or we'll go with this one. But yeah, we'll definitely know when it comes in. Not seeing much lightning, and it seems like the winds are calmer now than they were all day. Yeah, well, it's the calm before the storm. So yeah, even on the Skycam, even my trees are like really dead. But the winds are pretty calm. They're like 3 to 5 mile an hour max. But winds are out of the south right now. But give it just a matter of 15, 20 minutes, they're definitely going to be out of the northwest. But yeah, the lightning has kind of calmed down. I 100% agree with you, Megan. Maybe as this comes, and that's a lot of cool. We don't really have the heating anymore of like the daytime heating. Heating has really leveled off. Just high humidity and high dew points. Um, yeah, with this front coming in from the northwest and then basically from the west, we have these two outflow boundaries coming in. It's going to set up basically right over us and it's going to dump a lot of rain. So everybody from around here, I hope you got your yards mowed today. I mowed 2 yards today when it was feel like of 106. And that was even at like 11 o'clock this morning. So I know it's craziness, but it needed to be done because I knew all this rain was coming. And yeah, but Megan, thanks for tuning in from Elkhorn. Seriously, means a lot. Hope you guys hit that like and subscribe button, hit that bell icon. Every time I go live, I want you guys to go live with me. So don't be afraid to send a chat and yeah, we'll look at your area that you're chatting from. Des Moines has a pretty good little cell out there. Let's look at that one really quick. I emptied the rain gauge, but that's about it. Yeah, that's about all you needed to do today. Seriously. I can legit say all of my pores are completely cleaned out. I sweated so much today that, yeah, I'm good. All my pores are clean and I've reestablished my water supply. So, all good. So, if you are in Des Moines, you guys are seeing West Des Moines, regular Des Moines, you guys are seeing just some moderate to heavy rain. Uh, Urbandale, Johnson, and Ankeny. I can never say that. Ankeny. Anyway, up toward Ames and Joel Junction. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Anyway, and then back in our neighborhood, let's see where we are. All right, so the front's pushing through Valley now, through Blair, Wahoo, Weston, and approaching Valparaiso. Utan, Waterloo, and Bennington. Fort Calhoun, you guys are all next in the path. North O, Perry. Hey, what's going on, Perry? From North O. Yeah, North O, you guys will be getting it here within the next probably half an hour or so. Still, coming in North O, you guys are going to see basically this part of it right here, pushing down. So I'm pretty sure this is still probably going about 30, you know what, we'll just kind of say 35 mile an hour. Um, so we'll take this and we'll kind of see how long it'll take to get down there to where you guys are. All right, so this front, Bennington, 7 minutes, Irvington, 18, Briggs, 19, Omaha, 23. So, Perry, I would expect in about 23 minutes this to reach you guys. Carter Lake, 30 minutes. So now we just cut it down to 29 minutes. Omaha, 23 minutes. So it is definitely on the move. Things are great watching this cloud cover with some nice little lightning. Yeah, it is. It is pretty cool. And normally with this, you should actually see a shelf cloud. So this would be a key shelf cloud moment is along this frontal boundary. Should definitely see the line, the cloud line, if you want to call it. It's a shelf cloud, but with people who don't know what shelf cloud is, it's just a long, you can definitely see where it's coming in from, is basically your shelf cloud. All right, we'll put all this into motion. You guys can kind of see kind of the time. I'll kind of zoom in a little bit more for everybody who's watching here from eastern Nebraska. So it's going through Wahoo. It's went through Valley. It's went through Blair, Arlington, Fremont. You guys have all had this front, so you guys should be seeing northwest winds up in that area. Let's see, Megan. It's basically you guys should be seeing some wind shift probably within the next about 15 minutes. Megan, you guys should see a wind shift. I don't know where in Elkhorn you directly are, which that's fine. This whole area is really considered Elkhorn in here. So, Once again, thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. I appreciate it. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and like button. And yeah, when we go live, we want to see you live. Chime in the chat. I'd love to know where everybody's from. All right. Really quick, as this front's kind of moving down and in, we'll take a quick peek at Hastings radar. Really looking forward to the cool down. Yeah. I mean, we're talking middle 60s behind this. We're looking at, feel like temperatures right now, it's still like 95, 98. There's 65-degree weather about 20 minutes away. So 100%, you know, the cool down will be much appreciated. So speaking on the cool down, let's take a quick peek on temperature change. All right, so you guys can kind of see where the rain is already cooled rain. We're down to 67 degrees up here. Fremont still 74, but it hasn't really cooled down a ton. Um, Still, Megan, where you and I, 86 degrees. We're still, holding steady in the middle to upper 80s. Um, but still, that feel like temperature is still upper 90s. 85 Lincoln, Louisville, or not Louisville. This would be probably Plattsmouth, is what I wanted to say. Plattsmouth 83, Beatrice 85. So still have, upper 80s down over here, but Hastings 69, Grand Island 69, Kearney 68, York 72. You know, we can see where that cool air is pushing in. So definitely the cool down is coming. This will feel like cold. Seriously. I guarantee people will break out the jackets. We just went from 119 down to people will be bringing out the coats. I guarantee it. Some of you will. All right, so you can kind of see I'm going to switch screens really quick and I'm going to show you. So you can definitely tell in the background there where that front is. You can definitely see the line of clouds back there. Just looks like a shelf right where that lightning was. And that is the boundary. That's the front pushing down. So yeah, it will be here shortly. Okay, on that note, I don't want anybody to go anywhere. Let's see, Jerry, what's going on? I'm a mile west of Wahoo. It's still warm here. Yeah, it is. Let's see where you are. Wahoo is up here. There's Wahoo. Yeah, so the front year winds have switched directions. It is still warm there. Give it a little bit more time. That cooler air is just off to your northwest. I would say within the next hour, you're drastically going to be cooler. So you're a mile west of Wahoo. It's still warm here. The wind has picked up, but not raining yet. Yep, nope. So as you see, I have actually kind of zoomed into your area here, and you can kind of see where the rain is. It is just right there. So it is coming. Jerry, appreciate you joining us tonight. Appreciate you joining the chat. hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, um, yeah, your winds should have changed out of the northwest now. But yeah, it's slowly coming in. All right, everybody, you got don't anybody go anywhere. I will be right back. Needless to say, I have had way too much water tonight, making up for being outside today. So give me about 30 seconds and I will be right back. All right, everybody. All right. Yeah, Jerry, your cool down and rain are coming, trust me. You guys are gonna see quite a bit. Yeah, so your rain is basically in David City right now, but you guys have a lot. I mean, we're all here in eastern Nebraska, we're gonna get a lot of rain, you know. So everybody who has just tuned in and who doesn't know, we are underneath a flash flood watch until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Um, yeah, conditions are very favorable for flooding eastern Nebraska, western Iowa. So just, if your streets are flooded, be smart, go around, don't drown. Yeah, it's pretty cool cloud cover out there. Let me switch to live Skycam. You guys can definitely see the front down there are gonna start moving in here shortly. And even the winds are still calm. If you guys see the trees, I mean they are still legit calm. Yeah. Winds are picking up just a little bit more. So roughly southeast 6 or southwest at 6, sorry. I almost like this one better, but it doesn't show outside. All right. So kind of just a general wrap up. A just a strong line of storms all the way from where are we? Sac City, basically Storm Lake in Iowa, pushing all the way down through eastern Nebraska, Fremont, Seward, York, Hastings, basically down to the Kansas line. So basically extremely um, heavy rains and gusty winds is mainly about what's all in this. I can switch to hail mode and just see if anything I mean a little bit. It's just either real extremely heavy rain or definitely, just some pea to marble size hail. I mean nothing humongous in this, which is good. Nobody wants damage from hail. Geez, our insurance policies are high enough here in eastern Nebraska due to all the damage from last year's storms. But yeah, so really nothing. Maybe PETA marble size hail in here, maybe a little bit bigger. Des Moines has a little bit more larger hail, but yeah, for the most part, this is really a heavy rain. Excuse me, this is really a heavy rain and wind threat. All right, Connie, if you're still on, you guys should be seeing some pretty heavy rain in Modale right now. I don't know if you're still on or not, but yeah, you guys are seeing some pretty heavy rain in Modale. All right, let's come down here. Megan. All right. Megan, your wind should be starting to switch out of the northwest. So roughly along West Maple, West Dodge, over to Center Street for everybody who's familiar with this area. Um, so we have Maple, Dodge, Center, uh, Harrison is our divided line between counties. So yeah, Bennington, Waterloo, Utan, Valparaiso, Ceresco, you guys are just on the doorstep of this. So here in just a couple more minutes, we will switch over. Looks like a little cell has developed just out ahead of this front, roughly about 132nd and Fort. Little little rain shower out there that developed out ahead of this front. All right, let's put this into motion for everybody. Man, this is just a massive amount of rain. I'm just kind of curious. All right, so these are just estimates per radar. Let's look at these are the ones that are like coming toward Omaha. So I just saw a 2 inch in there. Here's another 2 inch. There's a 2.5 inch just to the north of Ord. There's 4 inches. I mean, this main band that is coming down. There's inch and a half. So it doesn't show it, in here at Columbus, Fremont, nothing in here yet because, all right, so severe thunderstorm warning. Trying to see where this is from. All right. All right, everybody in Omaha, we are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning in Omaha up to nickel-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So, Western Douglas County, you are not in this. Western Sarpy County, you're kind of just on the borderline. So, basically, let me see. Gretna, Papillion, or Gretna, Springfield, Bellevue, Papillion, La Vista, Ralston, Omaha, Carter Lake, Irvington, Briggs, Fort Calhoun. Let me see. How far does this go? Missouri Valley, Logan, Iowa, and Trainer. So you guys are all in a severe thunderstorm warning. Probably this line, as I was just kind of talking, this line, roughly up to 60-mile-an-hour winds pushing through. And this is the reason why I'm here, just to keep everybody safe, everybody who's tuning in. So another, just like I said, a cell forming outside of the boundary or ahead of the boundary, approaching Irvington right now. All right, our winds are still out of the south here, so the front has not moved through where I am just yet. So humidity has come down a little bit. It's down to 77. It was just at like 80, what was it, 83? It's down to 77. Dew points come down to 77 and not 80. So things will probably be switching here pretty soon. So we're having the southeast winds going to push into this front, and then they're going to switch to the out of the northwest. All right. So once again, if you guys are just joining us, Douglas County, some of Sarpy County, Pottawatomie County, all in a severe thunderstorm warning for 35 minutes, roughly up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, and nickel size hail. And just a lot of rain. Actually, I will put on flood warnings. All right, Megan, finally here's some thunder, but looks like the wind jumped over West Omaha. Yeah, right? It like calmed down and then it just like ramped back up as soon as it went. It hasn't hit me yet, so here in just a little bit it will. But all right, people, we already have flood warnings out there. So Sioux City, Iowa, um, Randolph in Nebraska, Laurel in Nebraska, Lamar's in Iowa, and Cherokee in Iowa. So radar indicated 1 to 2 inches per hour. So that's just north of us. 1 to 2 inches per hour and 2 inches an hour. So if you guys are watching from any of those areas, you know, seek higher ground if you need to. Turn around, don't drown if you are driving. If you see water over any roads, even though you think you know that road, it could be completely washed out. So don't even chance it. Why chance the water rescue? Turn around, don't drown, seek higher shelter if you guys are in these warned areas. And if you guys see flooding, you know, we want everybody safe out here. Man, look at that site. That is a pretty cool site right there. That looks like we are like totally being invaded by somebody or something. So that is what you call a shelf cloud. That is your frontal boundary shelf cloud. That is what it looks like. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty amazing picture right there. All right, so we are in. All right, Perry. Some good strikes of lightning and thunder starting. Yeah, it's approaching. Yeah, it's approaching just North Omaha. I mean, just to your guys' north, where you guys are. All right, the front hasn't pushed uh through here yet. Man, look at that. That's pretty cool. You can see it moving this way. All right, once again, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Hit that bell icon. Every time we go live, we want to see you live on here with us. Don't hesitate to join the chat. Let me know where you guys are tuning in from. Yeah, this is pretty cool right here. Yeah, these cloud formations don't come around like that often. I mean, they do, but around here to catch them live on camera, it's pretty cool. All right, we'll go back to this severe thunderstorm warning for Douglas, Sarpy, Potawatomi. Sorry, that's in Iowa. Counties around. So Council Bluffs, Omaha, Papillion, Bellevue, Missouri Valley, Logan, and probably Shelby, Iowa. But still, if you guys are in eastern Nebraska, you know what town you're in. Gretna, Springfield, Chalco, La Vista, Ralston, Papillion, Southo, Bellevue, Offutt Air Force Base. You guys are all in the severe thunderstorm warning, up to 60-mile-an-hour wind. See how fast this is moving. Let me see. What's so we're spanning the lake, moving east at. So this is moving east at 55 mile an hour. This is not, messing around. This is hauling booty. Yeah, this is extremely fast right here. Let's see. All right, it's just pushing through us. Winds have turned out of the northwest, and we'll see how fast these. Oh, I can see my trees already starting to. Yeah, the trees are already starting to blow. So there's 15 mile an hour, almost 16. We just had a wind gust of 25. So it has definitely pushed through here. Let's see. Crazy. Lightning just hit my Walgreens. No kidding. Where's your Walgreens? Where's that one located? Are you watching from eastern Nebraska or where are you watching from? Lightning just hit your Walgreens. That's crazy. Hopefully there's no fire there. All right, winds are definitely picking up here. Let me try to. I'm gonna try to get it to where you guys can actually see. So you see that cloud base that's already moved by. It's like right overhead. But I'm kind of showing you guys the tree view at the same time. You guys can see the trees. All right, so we'll keep it here just for a little bit. So crazy, where were you watching from? You said lightning just hit your Walgreens. What Walgreens? Where's that one located? All right, so uh Spirit Thunderstorm warning just kind of got minimized a little bit, shrunk down just a little bit, but still Logan, Missouri Valley, Omaha, La Vista, Papillion, Bellevue, Gretna, Springfield, Trainer, Neola, you guys are still all in the path of these gusty winds. Gusty winds here now. We've just had almost a 30 mile an hour wind gust from here. Look at that cloud structure. I kind of have to. Yeah, that's some pretty wild cloud structure right there. That's pretty cool. All right, wind gust of 32 mile an hour here at the studio location. All right. So that's pretty crazy right there. All right, let's go back to, we'll come back to here. So right now, uh, out of the west at 15 mile an hour, we had a top wind gust of 32 so far here at the studio. Um, we'll, yeah, we'll come back to this one here in just a minute. You guys can still kind of see the trees there in the background. All right. Um, all right, so this front is approaching, just went through Memphis. It's approaching Gretna, Chalco, um, Ralston, you're going to be next in this. Let's see, through the Benson area, Carter Lake, and Neola. You guys are probably going to be, so mainly this is what they're talking about is basically right here is the biggest wind gust. All right, so once again, if you're in Omaha, probably getting some. Hey, Jeff, good to see you. Starting to hear the wind in Gretna. Yeah, that's kind of what I was just saying. You might have just logged on really quick, but yeah. Gretna, over toward Chalco, definitely has switched directions. So you guys are probably out of the northwest right now. We'll put this into motion to where kind of just came through. All right, Jax, up toward Bennington. Yes, Bennington, the front's already pushed through Bennington. Um, show you right here. So Bennington right now is like in a lull of rain, but don't worry, rain is seriously just off to your west. And once it starts raining here, probably in the next 15, 20 minutes over you, it'll stay there. So yeah, you guys will see quite a bit of rain there in Bennington here coming up here shortly. All right, so the severe thunderstorm warning is still for another 21 minutes over Bellevue, La Vista, Omaha, um, you know, Sarpy County, Eastern Douglas County now. They kind of shrunk it down a little bit more. Missouri Valley, Logan, Iowa, over towards Shelby. So yeah, Bennington, yeah, the front is already pushed through you, and the rain is just off to your west. So give it just a little bit of time. Any big winds or big thunderstorms out there? Not really big, really thunderstorm. I mean, just a lot of rain. This event here is just wind and rain. There's not a lot of hail in this, maybe pea to marble size at max, but this is more of a gusty winds coming through and then a lot of rain behind. So, Jerry, starting to rain in Wahoo. Looks like the red is heading our way. Let's see, Wahoo. Yeah, Jerry, you're right. Look at radar right here, and you can definitely see Wahoo right there and a massive amount of rain back here. So, yeah, give it a little bit of time. Once it starts raining, it's going to be raining for a little while. I'll tell you that. Because you look all the way back out west into the southwest, we have a lot of moisture coming up into the Omaha metro, area in here, eastern Nebraska, there's a lot of rain, a lot of moisture. So that is why we are in a flash flood watch until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Um, if you see water over a road, turn around and don't drown. So seriously, Storm, where have you been all night? I'm just now seeing you after how long have I been on? Jeez, a long time. Almost 5 hours, and you're just now coming on. Let's see. I appreciate the info. I'm trying to be able to read radar to try to become a storm chaser meteorologist. Jax, that's pretty cool. I'm not a storm chaser and I'm not a licensed meteorologist, but I've been doing weather um, ever since like elementary school, like sixth grade. You know, weather has always been a passion. So I was either going to go medical on the medical side of, the workforce, or I was going to go weather and meteorology. I ended up going medical, but I've never not done, meteorology and always been interested in the weather and learning about the weather and how to read radar and clouds and this and that and so forth. So I've done it for years. Um, and I love Radar Omega. You know, if you know Radar Omega is not sponsoring me, but I like this radar. Learned a lot about it. So yeah, so that's pretty cool, Jax. Pretty cool. But Ace is good to see you. I feel like the weather is just fun to study, learn rather than simple school subjects. Weather is cool. It is cool. Everybody likes weather. That's the reason why it's a great topic. Everybody talks about weather. You know, doesn't matter where you are, it's always about weather. So hot, cold, storming, you know, blizzard, it doesn't matter. Everybody talks about weather and I love it. It's what I like to do. I wish I could do this full time. Trust me, I wish I could do this full time to live stream, but I do have a full-time job. But yeah, if I can definitely get on stream live like this during a weather event, I'm there, trust me. And I want all you guys to be there. So hit that like and subscribe button and that bell icon. Every time I go live, I want you guys to go live with me. It's fun that way. But still, the severe thunderstorm warning out for us, and we do have two flash flood warnings. So, you know, inch two rain an hour up just to our north. Same up here. So Sioux City and just north of Sioux City, Lamar's, Sioux Center, and Cherokee, all underneath flash flood warnings. Even now, I got to get up in the morning and go to work, but I'm not going to leave everybody, you know, wondering what's going on, high and dry. That's not, what I do. So, yeah, it'll work. I will sleep sometime or another. All right, everybody. So we do have a line of heavy rain and gusty winds. All right, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Um, my alarm will probably be going off here in just a second again. All right, all right. All right. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Lincoln, Lancaster County, Waverly, Weeping Water, Eagle, Bennett, and Hickman. This is for winds up to 60 mile an hour and roughly nickel size hail. But I wouldn't even say anything about really hail. This is more for the winds. So if you are from Ashland, Waverly, Lincoln, you guys are seeing the winds now. If you are in Hickman, Bennett, Eagle, Weeping Water, expect, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds coming in. We'll go ahead and put this into motion really quick. Whoops, sorry guys. We'll put this into motion. You can see, definitely some strong gusty winds coming through. Pull this back just a little bit. Megan, all storms seem to hit at night anymore, unfortunately. Well, yeah, I mean you have which is common. You have the heating of the daytime, and with the cooling of the night and fronts like this passing through, it's yeah, most of your rain and thunderstorms are going to come late evening to overnights. I mean, really for the most part. So, yeah. Once again, severe thunderstorm warning for 43 minutes. Here comes the latest up-to-date radar. So live radar with Radar Omega. So coming through Lancaster County, Lincoln, Waverly, Eagle, Bennett, Hickman, and basically Weeping Water. So if you are in these areas, and even Ashland, I mean, you guys are not in the Warren area, but definitely close, and I know you guys are seeing some gusty winds. So yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning out for them. Uh, another 12 minutes for Douglas, Sarpy, and Pottawatomie County in Iowa, Logan, Missouri Valley, Shelby, Iowa, and I believe Trainer. All right, so they did just condense a little bit more this severe thunderstorm warning. So as this front passes by this through, they're going to delete it from up here because the gusty winds have already come by and kind of looks like a little smiley face, doesn't it? It's a little tongue. Just kidding. Um, after this gust front passes through, um, yeah, you're pretty much done with the gusty winds. And then it's just nothing but extremely heavy rain behind it. And once again, down here toward Lincoln, Lincoln, you've already had the front actually move through you. Actually, it's moving through kind of as we speak. So just out of downtown Lincoln, just to your east and southeast, it's the front's moving through. Perry was curious what Pocahontas, Iowa is like. Remind me where Pocahontas is. I can't remember where Pocahontas is. Wasn't it up north? There it is. Never mind. I knew where it was. Pocahontas right now, honestly, let's switch radars really quick. I think we're closer to this radar in Pocahontas. Yeah. So honestly, Pocahontas right now is just heavy rain, moderate to heavy rain. We'll go ahead and put this in motion. So yeah, just basically rain. There's nothing really going on up there. But at the same time, you back it out a little bit, a ton of moisture, I mean, is surging up. So a lot of this, like I said, is going to be a lot of heavy rain. as it moves in. So yeah, Pocahontas good. Um, maybe a little bit of gusty winds, but for the most part, it's just raining over there. All right, let's see really quick what our top wind gust here was. All right, so 27 mile. I thought we had it in the 30s. No, maybe almost 30. So yeah, so even here in Western Douglas County, we didn't get, you know, extremely gusty winds. We got a top wind gust of almost 30 miles an hour, but the temperature is at 74 degrees. Oh, feels like 75 degrees. Okay, so that front has completely pushed through. So now we have north winds at 20 miles an hour. Humidity is up just because of all the rain that's coming in. But dew point, actually, it's dropped. It's at 68. So it was almost at 80. So dew point at basically 68 temperature is now at 74 and feels like 75. So we are now in the 70s here instead of upper 90s to almost 100 feel like. So yeah, but once again, we haven't had any rain here yet. As you guys can see for rainfall, we haven't had anything here yet. So we're still waiting on that. All right. I think that was just here. My daughter is. Oh, your daughter's up there? Yeah, cool. Hey, glad to keep her safe. Glad to let you know what's going on up there. Yeah, honestly, it's just a little bit of rain up there. Where did I see it? Yeah. So I'll kind of go in one more time. Yeah, just a little bit of heavy rain, not even maybe a little bit of thunder and lightning up there. Probably not even. So yeah, probably just a little bit of rain, but it's going to keep raining. So just like everybody around here, it's going to be raining. Sac City down toward Denison, Harlan, back to Omaha. Um, yeah, definitely some really good rain moving into Council Bluffs over in Pottawatomie County. Actually, just north of Council Bluffs. Actually, this is probably where, nope. So, and where these purple are, this is probably where you're going to see a little bit more of your hail, probably at least, marbled nickel size hail in the purple section. We'll go down to possible hail. Okay, this isn't right. So this is probably updated over to here. So yeah, maybe had some pea-size hail in North Omaha and Fort Calhoun. A little bit of lightning around. So we'll switch to Omaha Valley. Yeah, once again, we'll put all this into motion and you guys will be able to see, a ton of rain to our west. That's, still move in. We could see it'll be probably raining for most of the night and let up by like daybreak tomorrow. All right, so Lincoln just had a report that came in. Whoops, sorry. All right, it's almost 60 mile an hour wind, 4 miles west northwest Lincoln. This is Lancaster County. So just had a report come in. I believe this is the ASOS. Yes, I'm not for sure. I think this is a weather station, if I remember right. So anyway, 60 mile an hour west northwest of Lincoln. So yeah, that's why they put out this warning. All right, let's go back up to, all right, 3 more minutes for, oh, they just let it expire. All right. Okay, so Omaha, Bellevue, everybody, Douglas, Sarpy County, you are no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning, but, a little bit of gusty winds and a lot of rain just off to the west. So once again, we are underneath. It looks like another report. So just south of Blair and to the west of Fort Calhoun. Let's see. So Kennard, 4 miles east of Kennard, another 58 mile an hour wind gust by a personal weather station by the public. So whoever reported that, appreciate it. All right, so still the severe thunderstorm warning down for Lancaster County and Lincoln for roughly about another half an hour. But really, the main part is already pushed through Lincoln. As you guys can see, that gust front came through with roughly about 60 mile an hour winds over here just to the northwest side of Lincoln. Now approaching, went through Waverly, now approaching Eagle, Bennett, and Hickman. So if you're in Eagle, Bennett, or Hickman, Weeping Water, or Syracuse, you guys are next in line for this front to come through. Greenwood. So really, Greenwood, Ashland. Ashland has gone through you already. Let me see if it's gone through Greenwood. Greenwood, it's just went through you, just went through Waverly and Lincoln. So I'll back this out a little bit more. Storms firing ahead of this front now, just to the north of Nebraska City. Let's see, in Murray. So Murray has Beaver Lake down there. Um, in Murray, and looks like just to the east of Avoca. All right, Omaha has strong winds flowing in. Yeah, MNNY. I'll just call you Mini 87. There you go, Mini. Mini, thank you for that report. Omaha has strong winds. Yeah, the gust front has pushed through Omaha now. It's pushing through Papillion and approaching Bellevue. It's gone through Papillion, La Vista, Omaha, approaching Bellevue, probably Springfield. It's probably gone through Springfield already. So all of these small towns, Cedar Creek, Louisville, you guys are next in line. I know I had a mom on here earlier. Son's at the YMCA camp down in Louisville. So, yeah, I'm sure their weather alert radio has gone off. The kids are probably all safe. Um, yeah, gust front will probably push through there here in just a little bit, and yeah, then it'll just be rain. So nothing to worry about down there. Matter of fact, it even looks like it's broke up just a little bit. Carly, Lincoln area. Yeah, Lincoln, that gust front has pushed through Lincoln now. So what you're going to see is basically just a lot of rain moving in from your southwest. We have a lot of moisture, as you guys can see, down to the southwest. You know, a lot of this is basically pushing east northeast. So yeah, Lincoln, you're good for the most part now. You had your gust front come through, Carly. Um, Now it's just going to be, rain and just your normal garden variety thunderstorms, maybe a little thunder, lightning, and heavy rain. I know to the north of you is a lot of heavy rain. So yeah, Lincoln, you're good. Carly, you're good. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate that. Those winds were crazy strong. They were crazy strong. We just had a report. You might have just logged on, but I'll show you again. So 4 miles west northwest of Lincoln, roughly 60 mile an hour. I mean, that's 59 mile an hour, 60. Yeah, strong winds pushing through. So yeah, so, but Carly, I appreciate you tuning in. Be sure you hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. I'd love to see you on here again. And yeah, we'll do a lot of this area. All right, guys, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for kind of a weird like back arrow shape warning. So for Iowa, so we have Harlan, Iowa, Shelby, Avoca. I'm going to say Oakland is in there. Griswold is just on the outside, and so is Atlantic. Um, if you are in any of these towns, you know, just we're going to have gusty winds push through up to 60 mile an hour and probably nickel size hail. So yeah, if you guys are in any of these areas in here, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning for roughly about an hour. I don't think it'll be an hour because these are actually pushing through pretty quick. If they're still pushing through at like 50 mile an hour, let's see. How fast are these going? All right, so these have lightened up. So they were pushing back in Nebraska at 50 mile an hour. So they're southeast at 25 now. So I don't think it'll be a full hour. You guys will have this warning, but even then, if you guys are along this line right here, just expect, up to 60 mile an hour winds. That's your main threat. Not even hail, but 60 mile an hour winds. All right, Carly. Yeah, we are up on the far northeast side of Lincoln. Yeah, you are the only live Storm Talker. Yeah, well, you know what? Because a lot of those people will only um Sky, you're such a dork. Good to see you though. Good to see you. Yeah, Carly, a lot of and I'm not dogging them whatsoever, but they will only go live on if there's like tornadoes basically out there. A lot of them just won't do like severe thunderstorms or, stuff that people still need to know about, wind, flooding, severe thunderstorms, heavy rains. They don't cover stuff like that. I do. So that's why, especially if it's in our neck of the woods, Lincoln, Omaha, Fremont, Columbus, Grand Island, Hastings, eastern Nebraska, western Iowa, people still need to know about, the weather. It may not be severe enough for them to go live, but you know what? That's what I'm here for. So thanks for uh thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. And I'm sure people were waking up when they heard the gust front come through and hopefully a lot of people are tuning in. So if you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I appreciate it. And hit that bell icon. Every time I go live, I want to see you guys live. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. Oh, Scott, what are you doing? Glad to see you guys on. Appreciate it. All right, so we might be getting a little bit of rain now. Let me see. So yeah, getting a little bit of rain out there. All right, so we did hit at least a 32 mile an hour wind gust. So um, no rain has registered yet. It is raining. It just hasn't registered yet. We're down to 72 degrees here in Omaha and almost 90% humidity because of the rain. So, yeah. So, peak gust was 32 mile an hour. Megan, this is off topic, but do you know if they offer the Storm Spotter class in Omaha anymore? I can never find a schedule online. You know what? They do, and it's actually through the National Weather Service up in Valley. Um, Normally they do it in early. I can't remember if it's like it's really early spring, so it's before really the severe weather actually hits. They do hold classes still here in Omaha. It's either Omaha or Valley. I remember seeing it this last year. So look under probably the National Weather Service because I do know the beginning of spring. They do still hold classes for that. But no, it's definitely not off topic. If you guys have any questions, let me know. All right. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning for in Iowa, north of Newton. So Marshalltown. If you are in Marshalltown, 60 up to 60 mile an hour winds, up to nickel size hail. Toledo, Iowa, and Conrad, Iowa. So up to 60 mile an hour winds and up to nickel size hail. And probably push into the east, if I'm reading this right. Yep. All right. Sounds like a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go back down. All right. Let me switch back over to Omaha Valley. All right. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Nebraska into Iowa. So Weeping Water, Syracuse, Nebraska City, Sidney in Iowa, Tabor, Iowa, Malvern, Iowa, Plattsmouth, Nebraska. if you guys are in any of these towns, just be aware, there's a severe thunderstorm warning out for you for the next hour and 4 minutes. So this is basically along the line of that gust front pushing through. Um, so up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, up to nickel size hail. So what they are looking at is they're still showing along this boundary right here, um, pushing east with winds still up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you are in Weeping Water, Syracuse, Nebraska City, Sydney, Iowa, Tabor, Iowa, Malvern, Iowa, Plattsmouth, Nebraska, just be aware of, gusty winds, and cool air and rain behind it. Let's take a look at velocities. We'll see. I can definitely hear the rain outside. All right, so that's 40s, 50s, 65. All right, so that is not 101 miles. I don't believe that that is. I believe it's really roughly about 70. The radar with the rain with the radar beam punching through it. Um, so I do believe it's roughly probably about 70 mile an hour just to the west of Weeping Water, but definitely not 101 mile an hour. That I do know. All right. So on that note, which was right along here, is definitely strong winds. Definitely stronger winds. So definitely Weeping Water, um, Syracuse, Nebraska City, Tabor, Sydney. I mean, you got this is all pushing your guys' way. All right. So far now it's down to 70 degrees. Winds are still out of the west northwest, roughly 6 mile an hour. As of right now, it is actually raining pretty good. So totals are going to add up pretty good. We're looking at like 2/10 of rain an hour and actually picking up. So right now we only have 300s. So we'll just kind of wait and see, as this adds up, you know, what it does. So 96% humidity, which of course it's like pouring rain outside. So there's a tree on the right hand side of the screen that I would love to cut down because there's a street light right there that you can really see a lot of the rain um, behind this tree. But anyway, so yeah, it's definitely raining out. All right, we're gonna switch to this radar right now. Kind of want everybody to get a bigger view um, on what's going on out here. All right, so this has shrunk down considerably. So 14 minutes for the first severe thunderstorm warning, and basically an hour for the new severe thunderstorm warning. So I don't even, what did I say, 14 minutes? I don't even think it'll be 14 minutes. That front has already pushed through right along that line and is actually going eastward, east, southeast. All right, still have the severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa for another roughly 45 minutes. That is for Harlan, Shelby, Avoca. I'm going to say Oakland, Griswold, and Atlantic. You're not too far out of it. I mean, you're in the pathway for the storm. So we're still looking at 60-mile-an-hour winds, up to about probably penny size hail, nickel size hail. So basically, they're really not even indicating really any hail. It's mainly for the winds. So this is going southeast at 25 mile an hour. So basically, this is pushing southeast. So, like I said, Atlantic, Avoca, Oakland, Griswold, you guys are all in the path of this storm. But it's really mainly a gusty wind and rain threat. All right, have another weather report that came in. It looks like it's to the um, east of Lincoln, so in Waverly. So 58-mile-an-hour gust in Waverly. So 6 miles south of Waverly in Lancaster County, 58-mile an hour wind by a personal weather station. All right, as you guys can see, it is really coming down now. All right, we are actually down. We are finally in the 60s. So winds are out of the north, and yeah, it's raining extremely hard. If you see the rate down there, I mean, we're 4/10 an hour, and it is like extremely raining hard. So yeah, that'll like rapidly increase down there. All right, let's go back to Skycam for a second. It's like really coming down. Let me kind of switch. All right, you guys can kind of see. I mean, it is a legit downpour. Wow, that was crazy. I know you guys saw that. All right, we'll just kind of watch this just for a second, and then we'll go back to live cam or live radar. Wow, there is some huge CG out there. Cloud to ground lightning. So definitely this strong line of thunderstorms moving in from Sarpy County, Douglas County into Washington County. So this is pushing east. So experiencing extremely heavy rain, ton of lightning, thunder, and this is why I mowed my yard today. All right, so that is definitely pushing through our neck of the woods, and we still have a lot more rain even after this. So, once again, we are in a flash flood watch until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. The conditions are right, tonight that we could see flash flooding. If you see flooding over roads, turn around, don't drown. Um, the last thing we want to do is a water rescue on somebody. So please don't drive over roads that are flooded. All right, let's see on this rain again really quick. All right, so we are over a half an inch an hour, and we're now at 13 tenths. So we'll probably get a quarter of an inch here like really quick. Yeah, it's like crazy pouring out. Wow, that's crazy. If nothing else, I mean, a ton of rain and cool lightning. All right. Let's go back to a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. All right. So this severe thunderstorm warning still has 5 minutes, but it should be allowed to expire because the gust front is all the way completely to its east. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just canceled this here like now. Um, all right, next in line is man, that's some crazy lightning. Hey Winona, what's going on? Definitely scary out. Yeah, no kidding. Um, yeah, definitely the thunderstorms are here. Had the gusty winds earlier. Um, now the fronts push through. Now it's nothing but, your normal um strong thunderstorms. A lot of heavy rain. So, um hopefully hopefully tonight went well. I know it was your first night closing by yourself, so hopefully all went well. I actually have to open tomorrow morning, and I'm still broadcasting live, so that's all right. My subscribers come first, so I got plenty of time to sleep later. But yeah, I gotta open tomorrow. So yeah, but it's good to see you on. I'm glad you made it home and was able to tune in. Uh, yeah. Oh, that's good. All right, everybody. So if you are tuning in from either Syracuse, just past Weeping Water, Plattsmouth, Nebraska City, into Iowa, going into Sydney, Tabor, Iowa, and Malvern, the gust front is approaching. So it just went through Weeping Water and is approaching Syracuse now. Should be arriving in Nebraska City probably in the next 15, 20 minutes. Plattsmouth, your wind should have turned around to the northwest. You guys should be cooling down here pretty good. Good to see you too, and hope tomorrow goes well for you. And hey, I appreciate that. All right, everybody, if you're just tuning in and new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Hit that bell icon. When I go live, I want to see everybody else live on here and join the chat. We appreciate it. You just let me know where you are and you know what town you're in or where you're viewing from, and we'll kind of zoom in on that location. So everybody, thanks for tuning in tonight. Appreciate it. All right, so they did allow that one. No, they didn't. It's actually right here. I don't know why it's all right. So 2 more minutes left. I don't know why they still have it up here, but they do. So, all right. So actually, they kind of shrunk it down a little bit. So the more of the severe weather, we're going to be Weeping Water, Syracuse, Nebraska City, Plattsmouth, Malvern, Tabor, and Sydney. Hamburg, you're right there too. So you're not in this warning, but you can also be included. So still have winds up to 60 mile an hour with, you know, not big hail. Um, most of this threat is for the winds. So we'll take a look back again. All right, once again, still a severe thunderstorm warning. Another roughly 30 minutes for Harlan, Shelby, and Avoca. Griswold, you could still be in it. Atlantic and Oakland, you guys are still in the area for mainly gusty winds up to 60 mile an hour. There's not much hail in this, mainly just gusty winds and a lot of rain. Definitely crazy lightning out there. So, yeah, definitely crazy. All right, looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning is actually just issued for Carroll, Audubon, Manning, Coon Rapids, and Glyden. So once again, this is for roughly 45 minutes, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, and not really much on the hail. What they're looking for is this line Actually, not even there. I lied to you. What they're looking for is this line right here actually moving through. So definitely a lot of rain in here. Definitely a lot of wind. All right, let's go back and take a quick peek really quick. All right, we're sitting at basically almost a quarter of an inch of rain and almost coming down to 3/4 of an inch an hour. So yeah, it just started raining. Okay, so we have a top wind gust now of 42 miles an hour. So we definitely had a strong wind gust out of the north. All right, there's our latest. So yeah, we're sitting right at a quarter of an inch of rain. So we'll come back here in a little bit and we'll check in on this one. 68 degrees. Man, I love it. All right, we're going to come back down here to Omaha Valley. Still, just the severe thunderstorm warning for another 42 minutes. Syracuse, Nebraska City, Sydney, Tabor, Malvern, and Plattsmouth. So still having some pretty good rain down in Hastings, Grand Island, Aurora, York, Seward, Crete, Central City, Columbus, Schuyler. Massive amounts of rain out here. Let's take a quick peek at some of these rainfall totals that, have started already. All right, so up where we have that flash flood warning, I mean, they've got almost 4.5 inches of rain up there. So if we look at what's coming like toward the Omaha Metro way, I mean, we're looking at 2.25, almost three. There's 2.25 out here. Like I said, toward north of Ord was roughly four, over 4 inches. So there is a lot of rain that is, you know, coming this direction. And that's almost 2 inches just to the west of Columbus. So there is a massive amount of rain out there that is still, yet to come. All right, so if you were just tuning in, be sure you hit that like and subscribe button. We are broadcasting from eastern Nebraska, covering eastern Nebraska, western Iowa storms for tonight. Um, yeah, it's mainly just a wind and heavy rain threat. Not much hail associated with these storms. Um, just have a pretty good line from, just to the west of Fort Dodge in Iowa, coming straight through, a little south of Omaha, south of Lincoln, north of Beatrice, and down into Kansas. So this line, for the most part, is basically moving to the east southeast, roughly between 25 and 35 mile an hour. So yeah, so just kind of covering there. We started, I mean, I've been watching radar basically all day, waiting for the storms to fire. Um, Basically, a lot of them fired out here by North Platte. To kind of show you a general loop on this, what I can do is go back a lot of frames. We'll go back the full 250 frames and we'll put this in motion. Then you guys can actually see it started way back, and where I said down in southwestern Nebraska. So this was like at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and you'll be able to see it kind of just build up. So North Platte and central Nebraska started getting, this was 7 o'clock, and started to push down from north. Then Kearney got it, and Grand Island pushing down. You see the gust front? And this is basically where we are now. So you could kind of see how that, developed over time. So we've been here for quite a while. All right, so if you are just kind of waking up from the thunder, seeing the lightning and hearing the thunder in Omaha, so we got a strong line of thunderstorms pushing through Douglas, Sarpy County, and Washington County up toward Blair. Plattsmouth seeing some heavy rain. Lincoln, you guys are just seeing some rain. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for just south of Plattsmouth. So basically Plattsmouth, Malvern in Iowa, Tabor, Iowa, and Sydney in Iowa, Nebraska City, Syracuse in Nebraska. So the front is actually meeting up with the storms that were out ahead of it right here. And this is basically all moving east southeast. With just a lot of thunder, lightning, and rain. Let's go back to Skycam. We'll go back here for a second. Yeah, there is definitely some good cloud to ground lightning out there. Which if you kind of look on radar, it's kind of showing the same thing. So right in here, just a ton of lightning out to the east of Omaha and coming through. So pretty good line of strong thunderstorms coming through Washington County, Douglas County, Sarpy County. Be heading into Potawatomi County in Iowa. Council Bluffs is probably seeing some pretty good rain right now. right, so definitely a pretty solid line of strong to severe thunderstorms. So once again, Carroll and Audubon and Manning and Coon Rapids, you guys are all in a severe thunderstorm warning for another 33 minutes, basically due to this line. I mean, it's a pretty good solid line with a, you know, a pretty good gust front that's coming through. But this, even here, this is pretty solid. This is a pretty solid line pushing east southeast. Yeah, still seeing winds, a little over 70 mile an hour up just to the north of Carroll. I could definitely see that happening because those were the stronger winds up there. Yep, definitely in this part is pretty strong winds. All right. Other than that, there's only 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in the United States. All right. Yeah, so we already know about the flash flood warnings. So Arizona has a severe thunderstorm warning. We have the ones in Nebraska and Iowa. We have the ones in Iowa. Yeah, actually, only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, and basically they're right here. So once again, if you guys are just joining in, waking up from the storms, um, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, like button, and the bell icon. We are actually broadcasting from eastern Nebraska and just kind of covering the storms tonight here just for a little while longer. I do have to get up and go to work in the morning, but wanted to stay here and get this covered and keep everybody here safe tonight, letting them know what's going on. So right now, just heavy rains pushing through Omaha, Bellevue, into Plattsmouth. Blair saw some heavy rains. So roughly going down Dodge Street and Pacific and Center. You guys are all seeing down toward like 60th and 72nd. Ralston, you guys just got done seeing some heavy rain. La Vista, Irvington, you guys are seeing some heavy rain. Bellevue, off at Air Force Base, you guys are seeing some heavy rain. La Platte, just to the south of Bellevue, heavy rains. Plattsmouth, heavy rains. So that was the initial line that was coming through um, with heavy rains. Still, basically from here on to the west is just basically light to moderate showers pushing in for basically the rest of the night. Um, After these severe thunderstorm warnings expire, I don't really expect any more. Um, there might be some up here in Iowa continuing, but for Nebraska, I don't see, unless it's like a flash flood warning, I don't see any other like severe thunderstorm warnings in the state. So on that note, I will actually keep the radar up and going on this screen so everybody can still see the live cam. That over. Yeah, we will leave it at that. If you haven't already, hit that like and subscribe button. I want to see you on the next live stream, and hopefully you guys will join into the chat, and we will see you next time. I will keep up live radar in the Skycam for everybody who may tune in, and who's wondering what's going on. So, if you guys want to keep logged on, please feel free, and we'll go ahead and actually put this in motion, and people can actually see uh, the the direction and what's coming their way. So, all right, you guys have a good rest of your night, and I appreciate each and every one of you. So, have a good night.
you.